Henry, hi, Henry. Greetings, sir. Hi, how are you?
It's good. How are you?
Not too bad. Thank you for staying up in Australia.
Henry, good to
Yeah,
see you. Henry, good to see you after ages.
that Deng, yeah,
Yeah.
after 20 years, I think.
Thereabout, yeah. Since 2003, I think that was the last time we met. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Time,
Yeah.
time
Hoping all
flies.
is well in the family. Yeah.
That's good.
We thank the universe. We're all fine, and we hope we could all contribute in one way or another. I'm sure you all are already, but the world is becoming very complicated.
Right.
So we definitely need to come together. Hi, Dr. Yak and Brother Wani Michael. Greetings to all of you. Dr. Deng, I think I've greeted you. Mr. Wolfgang, Doctor, how are you, sir? Can you hear us? And also Mr. Daniels. Greetings, sir.
Greetings to you from the second session of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent.
Oh, lovely. Awesome. We'll hope to hear more. We'll do intros shortly. So it'd be lovely for everybody to get to know each other. So I think we could probably start the intros while we wait for a few more people to join us. So Dr. Kimo, we'll start with you. We can't hear you. We know you, but some may not.
Because I just muted my phone, so
yes.
It should be okay now.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody in attendance, and it is a pleasure to be part of this enlightened group. My name is Kimo Gouy. I've been wearing so many hats, actually, but I spent most of my time in academia. I started with the University of Juba until I became head of department, executive director. Then I worked for the World Bank as a country economist for about 4 years. Then I established my own consulting agency, and as of now, I'm a non-resident senior research fellow at the South Sudan Center for Policy and Strategic Studies in Juba. Thank you.
Can we go over to iPhone 5? Come in.
That could be Henry, I think.
Henry. Oh, Henry. Hi, Henry. I mistaken you for my nephew. You look like one of my nephews. Thomas Luan Marial Benjamin.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, everyone, and I'm glad to have joined you tonight, this morning in Australia, and I think in the afternoon somewhere around the world. My name is Henry Makuei. I reside in Australia. Came to Australia in 2007. My background, I'm a banker currently working in one of the top 4 Australian banks as a quality analyst in the Department of Financial Crime. Before then, I was working with Australian Taxation Office, that is Core Revenue Authority, in other words, in South Sudan. And I'm a graduate with accounting degree, master's in finance and master's in international development, and currently studying Master of Economics. I founded one of the advocacy initiative called South Sudan Economic Freedom Advocacy. We'll talk about it later on when we get into the topic. And yeah, my passion is to give back to the country that I came from, that is South Sudan. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henry. We're so delighted to have you and to know that you're really thinking, although you're far away, you're thinking of home and how you can impact it. And you've really accrued a lot of knowledge. So definitely people like you with the country would benefit from. So thank you. Equally, over to you, Dr. Deng.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone.
Have you dropped John?
Yeah, I've struggled so hard to be sure that I'm called Deng, not John, because John can look like anybody, but Deng can only be found in China or South Sudan. So I've tried to make that impression wherever I go. Yeah, my name is Deng, John Deng Diar. I am a civil engineer by training. I did my first degree in Kenya, my master's in Manchester, the UK. And I worked across sectors from the NGOs, private sector, and now I work with a multilateral agency called Northern Corridor Transit and Transport Coordination Authority that is based in Mombasa. It's a regional organization of the 6 countries of East and Central Africa. And we focus on mobility and enabling mobility of goods and services from the port of Mombasa to interland countries, and with the aim of driving down cost of doing business in the region. And so I'm focused on maintaining the quality of roads that are geofenced for the purpose of these logistics. I'm in this group because as an engineer, I did my second master's at the Harvard Kennedy School of Government in public administration, and that focused more on public management, institutional administration, economic policies. So I've been writing on the sideline of what I do on economic matters. So I've been publishing. And I'm happy to be here. I did my PhD in project planning and management at the University of Nairobi. That's briefly about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deng. I think what you've achieved speaks for itself. You know enough about economics and strategic development and the need to restructure or to forge ahead, considering the post-conflict or conflict history that is South Sudan. So thank you for that, and you're more than welcome. And I think you're among friends. They will know your contribution, what you've done already, what you could do. Over to our good friend, Mr. Daniels Jr. Go ahead, sir, if you can introduce yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, sir, yes.
So I was a diplomat. I'm an American citizen, born in America, but I was a diplomat for the country of Guinea to the United States in the senior honorary consulate. Lived in Egypt. Currently, I'm a member of the Second General Assembly of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent. I became involved in South Sudan in 2015 from Embu province in Kenya with the plan of action of routing the oil pipeline through Kenya based on funding from the United States. We completed, finally, after 7 years worth of work, the United States now has an investment bank that is playing its hand. And as a national coalition member of the National Black Business Association, we're creating the Global Black Chamber of Commerce based on the $580 billion worth of completed community benefit agreements domestically. And so now we're bringing that based on my book, The Black Folks Plan, to create a solution in cooperation with what you want, who are South Sudanese, to make that available to you in the United Nations third session in Geneva, where you can play the role in civil society representing your people in that based on my organization has already been accepted to do so. Thank you.
Well, wonderful. We are so delighted to have you and to know you're doing so much. And historically, although the African Union and its predecessor existed, there was always not really a proper connect with the diasporic Africans. And so it's wonderful to know you come from an institutional background, but also you have the passion to reconnect and to do your part for Africa. Thank you.
So let me make it clear. This is the United Nations. This is the African Union. Yes, I was there in 2012 in South Africa, where South Africa connected with the diaspora. But we moved into the United Nations 2 tracks. The Permanent Forum on People of African Descent is a creation of the world's governments on August 2nd, 2021. And now it's the third forum. The third forum is April 16th through the 19th in Geneva. And you have the opportunity, this group in joining, to represent your people at that forum, that we're making that available to you so that you can join the United Nations Permanent Forum on People of African Descent for South Sudan. That's the opportunity in front of you. Thank you.
Splendid. We'd be delighted. So I think if you can share your contacts with us, we'll definitely be in touch, and hopefully we'll interact here and get to know more of each other. And so
it's in the chat.
It's in the chat. Oh, you've done it. Okay, perfect. Lovely. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Daniels. Over to Maurice, and then Dominic will come back to you. Maurice Con, one of the speakers.
Thank you so much. My name is Maurice Madut Con. I'm a lecturer at the University of Juba, previously head of Economics department. I did my undergraduate master's in economics. I did my master's resume University of Japan. I've been a technical assistant to 3 ministers of finance. Worked with Diana Gag and Nyieer. Most recently, I think last year, when the Honorable Jan was appointed as the South Sudan Revenue Authority General, asked to work with him as his executive director, and he was later on relieved, and I am now still at South Sudan Revenue Authority Support Office General, the Commissioner General. So I'm very delighted to be on this forum and looking forward to more fruitful discussions.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much, Ustez Maurice. We're equally elated to have you, and you've done a lot. I've heard of you as well, and it's keep up the good work, although you're very young. So do keep up the good work. Yeah. We'll hopefully hear a lot about the realities on the ground when you come in. Yeah. Dominic, introduce yourself, and then we'll go over to Wani Michael.
Okay, thank you. Is it afternoon now? Nyieer, how are you?
I'm fine, my brother.
Yeah.
I should mention Dominic is a member of the People's Charter. Yeah, go ahead, Dominic.
Yeah, thank you so very much. So people are here. My name is Dominic. My name is Dominic Akwai Henry. As Nyieer said, I'm a member of this People's Charter. My background, of course, is South Sudanese. My background is geological science. I graduated from the University of Juba. My bachelor honors there. I did my master's in Vrije Universiteit van Amsterdam in what is called lakes sediments, Palostrine, lacustrine, carbonate. I was trained as a petroleum geologist. We are the first batch of the petroleum engineers and petroleum geologists that staffed the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining. One of the folks that participated in the drafting of the petroleum law, petroleum policies, and petroleum revolution regulations of our country. And I'm happy to have contributed in that effect. Yeah, I'm now working as a core analyst with one of these companies here in the Netherlands. Still continuing in areas of geology. I'm also interested in issues that are affecting our country per se. That's why from time to time we come to shed lights on the things that are happening in our country, the bits to near the thinking to what is actually right that need to be done. I'm happy to be here to listen to my former teacher, who still is a teacher today, Dr. Kimo, and the wealth of experience that he has got in these areas of economics. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this, fruitful encounter. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you so much. Over to you, Wani Michael. We want to hurry this so we can get started. Yeah, go ahead, Wani.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wani Michael. I'm a prominent member of this forum. I always participate whenever I have time. I look forward to having a fruitful conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Wani. Wani is also a member of the Charter, so we're so grateful, Wani. As always, you're here and you do your part. I know life is so difficult. Yeah, thank you. Over to 24413. 24413. I think it's go ahead. The mic is yours. If you want to introduce yourself. 24413. Okay, over to Dr. Wolfgang. Sir, lovely to have you today. We didn't have your contact details, so please kindly do share with us if you can. You did say you had a problem with your mic, so okay, we'll come back to you. Marina Peter, go ahead, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. My name is Marina Peter. I'm one of these very old hands on South Sudan. I think it was the first time I came in 1989. I always used to say I'm German by birth, but South Sudanese by heart. And so I'm still hanging around in one way or the other. I have been working with the New Sudan Council of Churches a lot, heading the Sudan Focal Point Europe office. And I'm still the chair of the South Sudan Forum in Europe. And I'm also still an advisor of Reconcile. You might have heard about Reconcile, located in Nyieer, doing a lot of reconciliation peace work. So I'm still coming rather regularly. Next time, I think I arrive in Juba on the 14th of April. So I of course know about the Charter, but I also was never attending such a forum before. I just got the link through a friend. So I thought, let me take my chance, especially as I'm so concerned, as you can imagine, about your economy. I'm not an economist, so I do not understand too much, and I'm very much looking forward to be a bit more enlightened. Thank you so much.
Awesome. We're so happy to have you and to know that you are not only by heart, but so much connected with us. And so thank you for your time. Reconcile, I've heard of them, and so well done for overseeing that. And we need more of that. So thank you so much. Thank you. Please share your contact with us.
I will.
Lovely, lovely. We go over to, we want to hurry this. So anybody who, is always good to allow people to introduce themselves and not to impose. So if, Quell, if you're okay to introduce yourself, please go ahead. Yes, it's not obligatory. Anybody who wants to introduce themselves, they're more than welcome. So Kush, welcome. Tutuku, welcome. I think Gabriel, Dr. Gabriel, Cirillo Madut, you're very welcome. I think I've mentioned everybody. iPhone, another iPhone. Greetings, everybody. I think we will probably try and get started, not to take up everybody's time too much. I think the topic is very much in all our hearts, as Marina just said. We are concerned because clearly, as has been said in an African sense, that Africa achieves its political independence, but never its economic independences. South Sudan, unfortunately, as rich as it is, forecast to be probably the third biggest oil producer, with a lot of endowed resources akin to the likes of DRC, with a very small population. So we have all we're very agricultural. We have a lot of land for agriculture, a lot of potential in minerals and everything else, tourism. We have more animals than the Serengeti. So there's a lot of challenges that the country, obviously, as a nation emerging out of conflict, has sort of encountered. Above all, obviously, the economy is really in a mess at the moment, and hence why we are homing in on this as part of the charter. Obviously, economic freedom, if we don't have it, it means Uhuru is not here yet. So in as much as we are relatively free, there's a lot of issues. The country that we came out of has also hit a lot of challenges, and its insecurity may also affect us. Unfortunately, we channel our oil there, or historically our oil was channeled there. We did not preempt this situation, but as we are here now, there are talks and rumors that the oil has actually been disabled. Oil stations 5 and 3 have been affected, and any station that's affected literally does a domino effect on the rest. The forces that are fighting, if they lose, they will drag us into the war. If we tilt one way or another, we are likely to. It's a very difficult situation for South Sudan. But again, because of our historical linkage with the North, we may be the ones to deliver peace there, and it's in our interest to deliver peace, because clearly our very lifeline channels to the North. Again, many have critiqued the use of oil even as a source of revenue, in the sense that it's a curse in many a country, and it should have been used to kickstart other sectors, but unfortunately it hasn't. We also stumbled into a war situation within 2 years of independence, which hasn't helped, and we're still reeling from that. But yet again, there's been a peace agreement, and it's about to conclude. There may be elections on the horizon, but the economy is terribly broken. So we must try and ask ourselves, how can this economy be helped? If the economy is back in as it was back in 2010, 2011, could that help? And how could we get there? And what can be done? What is being done to diversify the economy? What is being done also to learn from other people's experiences, so that we don't perpetually depend on oil. The oil revenues are said to be shrinking, but equally our institutions are weak, so we haven't really harnessed our resources and managed them the way they should have been in order to develop the country and to create the stability that we need. So along those lines, our discussion today is, what is the state of South Sudan economy, and to what extent can the fears of the unknown, or the likelihood that we will not so much have oil, it's shrinking or it's diminishing, but equally it could be obstructed for the next 3 years unless Sudan finds a solution to its current crisis. So I think we will start the session. Kush and Dominic, Taku, do you want to just introduce yourselves quickly? Dominic did already. Introduce yourselves, and then also help as we moderate this session. Great. We're so enlightened. We're so elated to have such a high caliber of people who not only have been influencers, but they've been policymakers. They've also been instrumental, and could further be instrumental should opportunities arise. So over to you guys before we start.
Nyieer, can I just come in 1 minute? Just raise a...
Yes, Gabriel. Yeah, go ahead, Doctor. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Justin. I think one of the reason of us getting together here, apart from the topic that we discussed, topic of concern that we discussed, is also an opportunity for all of us to get to know each other one way or the other. One way we may connect them one day. I think my personal suggestion, it will be, unless there is really a serious reasons against that, but I think one of my suggestion would be for people to identify themselves by name, so that we get to know who is who in the forum moving forward, because it's an opportunity for us to also get to know each other. So unless there are a genuine reason as to why people identify themselves by numbers or the iPhone or something like that, I think my suggestion would be for us to put our name directly there and then, so that we get to know each other. Back to you, Justin.
Oh, thank you. That's a very, very valid point. Obviously, some people shy away from too much media, but it's good to know, but it's also good for people to feel free, whichever way they decide. We often ask if we could share your contact with us so we can keep you in the circulation and keep you regularly updated if there's any events or discussions. I want to thank you, Dominic. If that Dominic suggested could be adhered to, be good. Kush and Taku, if you want to quickly introduce yourselves, and then we can, as moderators, then we can get going.
Yes, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. My name is David Gurak. I go by Kush, and just for the reason of trying to advocate for bringing back our ancient civilization of Kush, our greatness, our past as civilizations, and trying to learn from the past and trying to implement it into our current affair. I'm a member of the People Charters. I'm in the Economical and Infrastructure Committee. This topic today is very dear to myself and to all of the Southern Sudanese who are really reeling through this economical crisis that the country has been going through it. We've been using the oils, but yet there is no any secondary or tertiary benefits that we have seen, such as the people like in the Gulf, when they use all the oil revenues to trying to invest in all other infrastructures, and now they're moving away into other sector of economy and not reliance on the oils. So this topic really, we're hoping to learn from all our economists and our distinguished speakers and panelists, and how South Sudan could be able to to be able to use the oil revenues and to be able to reduce the dependence on oil and open new avenues of economical dependency other than oils. So looking forward for a very engaging discussions. Back to you, Justin.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you. Over to you, Taku, if you want to quickly introduce yourself before we get going.
Hello, my name is Taku Mkencele. I'm from South Africa. I'm also a member of the committee, and I'm on the social contract subcommittee. And yes, I think this is a very important discussion because of, first of all, as Kush has mentioned, but it's important that the oil revenue is used in a way that actually continues to uplift the country, considering that it is a developing economy and South Sudan is a developmental state, and there's a lot of infrastructure, both social and economic. And I also believe that if the oil revenue is used very well and taxed properly instead of, and then it would be able to support a lot of initiatives by the South Sudanese government. And I'm part of this think tank because I care a lot about the future of Africa. And I've always been interested and concerned about South Sudan because it is our youngest democracy in Africa. And the people have struggled for a very long time. And like South Africa and South Sudan is in the fathers of the South Sudanese struggle have always been partners in fighting for like African liberation. So I think as it's up to us as this generation to keep it forward and make sure that South Sudan becomes a success. because it's one of those nations that has enough resources and enough brain power to be the leading light of Africa when it comes to getting out of being a nation that is in conflict to a nation that is governable and is a successful contributor to the world's economy.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Taku. Clearly, the ANC is a leading force, although it's stumbled across the same realities of most political parties in Africa and mixed themselves in the business side of things to the detriment of what it stood for, its historical relevance and historical achievement as a political force for change. We still hope that South Africa would turn the corner, and we're always happy to have you and to learn so much from you as well. I wanted to recognize that the presence of Mr. Cirilo Madut, who is the Executive Director of Bridge Network Organization, a national research organization. So hopefully he could give us a lot of indices and statistics on some of these issues. So we'll give you a chance later, Mr. Cirilo. We also welcome Guer. Guer, welcome. We also welcome Yag and anybody else who has joined. We're delighted to have all of you with us. Can I open the session now? Go ahead, Dr. Kimo. We'll kick off with you. So please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, Justin, for the opportunity. I knew Justin almost 3 decades ago at the University of Juba, and then we parted ways, but we kept being in touch as much as we can. And I think some of you, I know them. Just before I start my talk, I just wanted to have a kind of a flashback of what has been happening in Sudan and then transitioning into South Sudan. And this takes me, I just want to start with my PhD that I did between 2005 and 2008. And you told me that you spoke about this concept of the Dutch disease. As I mentioned, I'm an economist. And when I started, we developed interest in poverty because poverty was a big issue in Sudan by that time. But when I had an opportunity to go do my master's in the UK 2001, in sustainable development, I came across on natural resource economics. And from there, I developed this interest in this concept of the Dutch disease. And that was the focus of my study by that time. And I looked at the development in the oil sector in Sudan by then. And of course, some of you are familiar with this concept of the Dutch disease, that always when you discover a natural resource in your economy, the tendency is you get a lot of foreign exchange, and this influx of foreign exchange will lead to the appreciation of your domestic currency, and effectively, I mean, automatically is going to affect the competitiveness of your economy in terms of exporting other exportable products, as well as the diversion of move away from productive to service sector. And so there are so many symptoms, all right? And I realized that most of these symptoms are applicable in the case of Sudan. And if we look at South Sudan, and this is where we deviated, and some of us are very familiar with the vision of the late Dr. John Garang as what we should do with the oil revenue. And he was very clear that we should be using oil revenue to fuel other non-oil sectors, especially his focus was on agriculture, right? And even the crises that are happening in the country because of our heavy dependence on exporting only single commodity which is very volatile and it is very strategic. Although you are a producer, but you don't have any control over it. And we have seen what happened in the 2008 and then 2014, because when we started in the CPA era, all right, we're receiving a lot of money. And from the statistics we have, South Sudan shares, which was like 50% between 2007 and 2008, was around 300 million and 400 million per month. Okay, that was our share, which will add up to about 20 billion US dollars, right? And as somebody said, if this money was put into proper use, we could have focused on infrastructure that we're today crying about, because this is how you generate development, or you stimulate economic growth by the government taking the lead in investing in infrastructure, communication, and other vital sectors in order to stimulate the private sector. But to me, frankly speaking, and this has been my focus, okay, because let me go back to the time when I was a board member of the central bank, right? By that time, the exchange rate was about 2.95 SSP for $1, right? And our feeling was that South Sudan has only one resource, and that was oil, and selling it at getting 2.95 dollar, I mean, for a dollar, it was too cheap. And at that time, we proposed the alignment of, because at that time there was a parallel exchange rate, and this has been our argument, that as long as there is a spread between the official and the black market, I mean the parallel market, the black market in foreign exchange will never go away. So the only thing you can do is just to align, abolish anything called official, right? Let the market determine the exchange rate based on the supply and demand. And if you look at what is happening in South Sudan, for me, it's not real demand, it's speculative demand, because many people consider the foreign exchange as a commodity. So they are speculating on that. That's why we suggested alignment of the exchange rate and proposing by that time 18, but we propose it as a package, right? For example, we suggested that before the implementation of that policy, the country must have a reserve of foreign currency for 90 days. Why 90 days? Because 90 days is a suitable time for you to address any shock in the exchange rate that may happen. So the central bank could easily intervene and provide whatever is needed in order to stabilize the value of the domestic currency. And again, also we propose the provision of supply of food commodities for 90 days, right? And even we went as far as proposing provision of building material, because we were at the developmental stage by that time, and there was huge demand for building materials and also medical supplies. So that was like a package. And then the extra money that was going to be generated was supposed to be availed to the central bank to buy foreign currency in order to build its own reserves. But unfortunately, I think, Justin, some people are not muted, so Justin. Hello?
We can hear you.
Yeah, because some people are, the
ahead,
mics are not muted, so yeah.
That guy has already been muted, yeah.
All right, thank you. So that was the situation by that time. But unfortunately, because some people have interest in having this so-called official rate, because it is they have access. The policy was shot at the Legislative Assembly, and even the then Minister of Finance.
Catherine, can you please mute yourself? Catherine, can you please mute yourself? Taku, you too.
Yeah, unfortunately, the then Minister of Finance just focused on the surplus that was going to be created as a result of the alignment of the exchange rate. And that is why the policy could not succeed. And to me, that was the right time because we had enough reserve that could have helped the central bank to address any variation or any increase in the exchange rate. So this is very important. The second issue I just wanted to highlight, and that has been also my argument, because many people think that you can manage the economy in isolation. Like you put it in an Iceland and you think it can be addressed. And my view is that if we don't fix the politics, it's very difficult to fix the economy. And even one of my former students became a victim. Back is one of my former students. He became a victim because of that kind of misunderstanding. And that was my reservation when he spoke to me that is about to be appointed. That was my reservation. I told him, you are the right person, could be in the right position, but this is not the right time. So for us, it's very important to be mindful about the political landscape. The country is facing a lot of internal conflicts, right? And if you go back before 2013, before the first conflict erupted, our people were comfortably living at subsistence level, at the village level, in the rural areas. Whoever is going to do farming, they do farming, and they come back. Who is doing fishing, cattle keeping? They had nothing to do with the oil money, right? And if you look at the allocation of oil money, and that was my observation since 2005, right? Almost 80%, and I'll explain later on what is being done with the oil money. Okay, almost 80% of the oil money is spent by the central government. And if you take it from the perspective of labor force, for example, the central government only employs 15%, while the other 85 or 80% of the labor force is employed by the states. But at the same time, what is being allocated in terms of transfers, okay, to the state, although it's not done in a very equitable way, it's only I find it difficult with all this interruption. Dominic.
Yeah, I know. Diok.
I'm trying to stop it as well. Yeah, Dio. Yeah. I think it was Dio.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you guys keep?
Maybe we can, so that I can mute them from here, because a couple of people are really.
Yeah, nuisance. Yeah. It's for some reason sharing on this doesn't happen. We've tried before with Chol. We could probably try again, or let me try again. Yeah.
Why don't you just inform ourselves that everybody who is not talking should keep their mic muted?
We keep saying, but it doesn't go through.
Yeah, these were newcomers, and probably you know,
they came
maybe
in.
you have to reset it later. I mean,
yeah, we'll reset it. We'll reset it, Dominic. Let me see if I could share the host. Yeah, hold on. Go ahead, Kimo. Sorry to interrupt.
So what I'm saying, we should not be oblivious of the political challenges facing the country. Okay, we have challenges when it comes to the implementation of the peace agreement, and I ran a quick assessment in one of the forum. Okay, just looking at the peace agreement itself, there is a list of items mandated by the government. I mean, mandated that the government has to undertake during that period, and you will see that almost 80% of has not been implemented. And as someone mentioned, also we have institutional weaknesses, right? And this is partly fueling corruption. It's giving room for corruption, nepotism, and lack of capacity within the government. Even if you have a very nice plan and you have that situation, it's very difficult to implement. Again, also we have social social problems. We have ethnic tensions, all right, gender disparities, issues of education, okay? But to me, the main challenges facing our economy is the over-reliance on oil. And from our investigations, since 2005, to the CPA era, let me call it the CPA era, passing through the period after independence, we have been heavily depending on oil as the major source of our resource inflow. And it has been ranging between 90 plus and 80 plus %. Okay, and if you look at the current budget, which is 2003, 2024, 23 and 24, which is going to end by the end of June this year, you will see that the oil revenue constitutes 84%, right? And this is a huge risk when it comes to the budget implementation. And when I was reading the overview, because when you are preparing the budget, you need to have an overview, okay, of what is happening in the region, what is happening globally, and how it is going to affect your own local economy. What is happening in Sudan was projected, all right, and what is happening also in the Middle East, okay? These are all things out of your control. And from my knowledge in risk management and project management, and this is what the comment I made recently, that what the situation we are having around the oil sector is no longer a risk. Okay, when you talk about, when you use the risk management lingo, is an issue. It's no longer a risk. It is a risk when you know it, but it has not happened. But the moment it happens, then it becomes an issue. Then you have to deal with it. And this is not the right time to deal with it, all right? Because the moment they had those expectations, they should have calculated the likelihood, the probability of those risks happening, and the impact, the magnitude, right? And based on that, they should be able to formulate contingency plan. This is not the time to talk about contingency plan, because even in the media, this is what they're talking about emergency or supplementary budget, right? So you cannot operate an economy which depends on oil revenue 80. And that's why we said, as we are following, Sudan said, because of the war, they cannot continue to pump oil, right? And even if they pump the oil up to Port Sudan, there are also risks around transportation along the Red Sea, right? The Houthis and other groups. So that means most likely we are going to lose the 84% of the income that used to come through the oil, okay? So we are left with only 16% or actually 13%, because the other 3% comes from the grants that are given to the government by the development partners, and this is kind of targeted. Okay, it's not given to the government in order to budget it. These are programs designed by international community using international organizations to implement the 3%. So you have only 3%. That's why initially what I was suggesting, we have to go back to the time of Kosti-Manibi, right? If you follow what was happening between Sudan and South Sudan in 2012, when we had a dispute around oil transportation and all that, the government went without oil money for 9 months, right? From January until September 2012, that's the time they were able to reach an agreement. And this agreement is still a huge burden on South Sudan, because as a compensation, almost 3-point-something plus billion, okay, that was the compensation for Sudan, and we are still paying that amount. And whenever we prepare a budget, we have to make sure that we took care of that amount to be paid to Sudan, all right? On top of this dependence, there is this issue of economic instability, okay? And mainly, this is what we are observing in Juba these days, and that was my prediction almost about, I think, a month ago. I said, the exchange rate will reach 200,000 SSP per 100. And I think my prophecy is going that direction. This is what you call hyperinflation, plus the devaluation of our currency, plus the budget deficits, right? And I think having a budget deficit is not an abnormal situation, right? This legislative, the Minister of Finance can present a budget with a deficit. It has to be a reasonable deficit. And I think this is the conversation between the government and the IMF, okay? Because if you have that huge deficit, then you will not be eligible to have funding or finances from other institutions. That is why they have been advised to reduce the budget deficit, okay? And if you have that budget deficit, then it's going to affect your future future budgets. And the overall impact is on the people, okay? That's why even some people will tell you, shouldn't we sleep? Because if you ask a price of a commodity in the evening, you will be told a certain that this is the price, and when you come in the morning, you'll have a different price. And also another issue with our economy is the infrastructure deficit, as I have mentioned, because we refused to invest in infrastructure. We refused to invest in agriculture, for example. All right, and our main problem is that we think we are unique, right? And we want to start from scratch, and as if we are the only country that came out of war. But if you look at the example of Ethiopia, for example, if you look at the example of Rwanda, they had wars, but they were able to turn around, right? And I remember just share with you a story or a presentation. Honorable Agri Tisa, when he was Undersecretary for the Minister of Finance, invited a former finance minister, a financial advisor, economic advisor to late Meles Zenawi. And he said, when we started planning, we asked ourselves, what is our constituency, right? So that we center our development plan around that, right? And for the Ethiopians, their constituency was the peasants, right? Those in the rural areas. And this is what I shared with you earlier, okay? That this is the same situation, because if we were to invest, if we were to take cities, towns to the people, there wouldn't be any money at the central government, and nobody would be interested to work with the central government. Everybody will be staying in their own state. Everybody will be staying in their own village, because services are there. Okay, and we have a couple of development priorities. Maybe I can come back to that. But what I wanted to talk about is the issue of oil, right? The issue of oil is a serious, and it is not like what you put it, Justin. It's not only declining, it is stopping now, right? So we have now a different scenario, okay? And sometimes if you look at the plans, for example, they're very nice. We talk about prosperity, we talk about improving the welfare of the people. But for us as economists, to find out whether you are serious about those plans, we just look at your budget. How much are you allocating to those sectors? And this has been the trend since 2005. There are two major sectors, education and health, okay? And in this budget, for example, education has been allocated 8.3%, and health has been allocated 2.1%. And if you look at the gaps, if you look at the literacy rate in South Sudan is about 30%, for example. Let us be optimistic, 30%. So you have a gap of 70%. How can you bridge that gap and you are spending? You are allocating actually, because for us, what matters is not what you propose in the budget. What matters is what actually you give to that particular institution at the end of the year. Because most of the time, for example, at the budget, they could be allocated 8.3. But when we come to look at the actuals, it could be 4%, and it could be less than that, right? So our challenge, how can we achieve our developmental goals if we are having this pattern of spending? That is why in my recent paper that was published in 2021, we're just trying to evaluate the performance of the peace agreement. And I looked at look at chapter 4, which is on the economy and the resources, and I came out with a new concept of security, what we call human security, and I benefited a lot from the Human Development Report of 1984, and that's the first time people start talking about that, because since the end of the Cold War, I mean, before the Cold War, the focus has been securing the state apparatus. But after the Cold War, people started fearing from their own state. Okay, that's why they expanded the concept instead of a state into human security, and I can elaborate on that at the same time. But maybe Dominic knows this, because what is important, and even for us in this forum, we should be very realistic and we should know exactly what is happening to the oil revenues, for example. You have an agreement, the government has an agreement with the oil producing companies. So before, the average, for example, is 170,000. If not because of the war, because of the floods that we were having, the government was trying to double the daily production from 170 to 350. But before even the shutdown of the production in Sudan because of the ongoing conflict, there was a risk of decline to 130,000. Okay, so what happens to this? Maybe Dominic can elaborate on that later on. Before you as a government, you take your share, the oil companies will take their share, what they call cost oil. And this is about 50% is going to those, okay? And also they have to take a certain percentage for their profit, which is around 10% also. So literally, the government is left only with 40%. And even that 40% is not all available to the central government or to be given to the spending agency, right? So you have also an agreement between the states, especially the oil producing states. So you have to allocate that percentage, okay? NilePet will take its share and its contribution, right? And then, unfortunately, since they were established the stabilization fund and then the future generation fund, nobody has been put there. And the whole idea behind the stabilization fund is that when you have physical challenges, when it comes to implementing your budget, then you have something to resort to. But deliberately, our people don't put money there. And I remember, Dominic may relate to that also. When I was evaluating the budget performance in 2007, before I joined the World Bank, I was asking, because there was a reserve also between Sudan, between the North and the South by that time, right? So there is a certain percent share. So even if the government in South Sudan did not need that money, they were also taking that money from the fund. And when we asked them, okay, that if you don't need it, why do you take it? Why do you invest it? Why do you do anything? They said, if we don't take it, Khartoum will take it. So apparently this could be the situation. That's why they're not investing on the future funds or the stabilization fund. But what I wanted to conclude is that for us to exit from this situation, it is very important to fix the political situation. We have to go ahead with the process of reconciliation and healing among our people. And then we have to go back to the drawing board. Okay, we have to restart the process of economic development and ask ourselves the same fundamental question that was asked about by the Ethiopians when they asked themselves in 1991, what is our constituency? If you look back at the liberation period over 2 decades, who was paying for that? Not only the soldiers, but the communities, okay? The people in the village, right? They contributed their own children to participate in that struggle, right? And that is why there was this concept of payback. And these are all part of the legacy of late Dr. John Garang. He was emphasizing that we need to take down to the people, simply because the people in the village are the ones who supported the movement, right? We have to pay back because they were paying the movement during the struggle, whether with their children, with their goats, and all that. So it was high time to pay them back. And I think if we are able to revise those concepts and put them in the right context, then we will be able to exit this situation. And just to go back to my initial introduction, I studied what was happening in the Chadian oil sector, what was happening in Botswana, for example, with the diamonds, what happened in Norway, because they all learned from what happened in Holland when they discovered oil in the North Sea, all right, in the mid-60s, I believe, right? That's why they said this money is oil money, natural resource money is very lucrative. The best thing we do, either we designate credible institution to manage the revenue generated from oil money, and then we get a certain percentage, like 10%, which was proposed for Chad when they were given the loans to invest in the oil sector. So if you give 10% only to the government to run its affairs, to me, this is where you will be able to achieve a lean government in Juba, right? Sometimes I ask myself, why do we need a Minister of Education in Juba? Why do I need a Minister of Health in Juba, right? The central government should focus on key ministries, all right? But any service delivery, ministry should go back to the states. And I remember in the Local Government Act, the members of the state, there were 40. Initially, I was told recently that the number is 100, right? And if you look at their benefits, right? If you look at what the ministers at the center are doing, everybody is given like 4 V8 for what? And that was the question of one of the former deputy ministers. When she came to the ministry, she was given 4 cars. And she said, what would I do with the 4 cars? And they had to explain to her, say, Your Excellency, this one, you use it when you come to the office. And this one, you use it when you are moving in the evening. And this one, you leave it for the household if they want anything from the market. And this one, the first one, you use it when you are traveling, right? This is too much in my opinion. And I think I just would like to repeat, and I'm open to any question. We need to fix the politics before we fix the economy. Thank you so much, Matt. Justin.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kimo. You've covered a lot of ground, and I'm sure you've excited everybody to come up with questions. But we'll let all the other panelists have a word. I also want to give a chance to the chairperson of FAO, Mr. Daniels, to say a few words because he has to go. So, Mr. Daniels, the mic is yours. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I want to make sure that all the economists and those who are here understand in the next round of financing for development, if everybody's familiar with the 2015 Addis Ababa round of financing for development, next year we were there, okay, and we proposed a quantitative easing based solution, okay. It took us additional years to get the governments of the world to agree on August 2nd, 2021, to create a permanent forum on people of African descent. It's done. It's an operation. We're about to go into the 3rd meeting. What we proposed, based on creating ourselves in America $120 billion worth of Federal Reserve bank-based community benefit agreements, was to create a African dollar, which was submitted to the Specialized Technical Committee of the African Union on Monetary Affairs last May, program of action led by Black folk worldwide from the United States in cooperation with nations that are led by Black folk in the diaspora and our allies, that we would create Partnership for Finance Global Compact for Democracy with a Just Economy that just came out of South Korea, that just had a meeting for the 3rd Summit on Democracy. So this has direct for South Sudan, because what it does, Professor, is it creates a revenue anticipation note against further oil revenues. Like I said, I started in Kenya in Embu province in 2015 with the original group, with the idea that the changing from Sudan to Kenya for the oil pipeline. So you bring it back right now, and this group can be the basis for bringing it to Geneva on the discussion on the third round. I'll make that available because the concept for this has already been accepted by the Secretariat of the third round to create a revenue anticipation from 2025 to 2100. Of course, we don't know what's going to be 2100. We don't know what's going to be 2063, but we can project what would happen based on your discussion and others who will follow. We meet every Tuesday at noon Eastern Standard Time. It's all posted at friendsoftheafricanunion.com. And again, we're about to meet with President Biden and his administration on April 1st through the 5th in Washington, D.C. 1,200 of us come together. We've been together since 1990. We've created over $580 billion worth of domestic Federal Reserve Bank community benefit agreements. The difference is in this, on December 15th, the President of the United States issued an executive order 14089, who recognized that people of African descent are different in America.
You muted briefly. Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so those from South.
You muted again. We can't hear you, so you're muted. Mr. Daniels, you're muted. Yeah.
They're calling me for the meeting, so that's what was interrupting.
Okay.
I'll take any questions before I go, but we're available to have the discussion every Tuesday.
Wonderful. Yeah. I think let's get the guys Kimo and Deng and maybe Henry and Morris to ask you questions, because they're the speakers. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So any questions that you may have, they're calling me. That's what was interrupting.
Okay. Morris, do you wanna have a shot? Morris.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you very much for to the immediate speaker for the comprehensive presentation, the FAO chairman. I think, as is mentioned, people of African descent all over the world will need to sort of come together and make good use of their economic power base. And I believe for a very long time we have had a tendency of African people of African descent to not support each other enough wherever they are. If you look at the United States, other immigrants who have gone there have found a way of supporting each other economically and building wealth for themselves and their generations. I'm wondering, why is it so challenging for people of African descent, especially in the United States and maybe other countries, to come together and use their economic power to sort of uplift themselves the way other immigrants have done all over the world? And how can you, as FAO, probably advocate for consolidation of that economic power for the progress of the people of African descent? Thank you.
Here's what we did at the second session in New York. All right, I'm part of the General Assembly, so of the second session. First, you have to know that in America, our GDP is about $1.8 trillion. Okay, Black folks' GDP in America, 1.8 trillion. All of Africa's GDP is about 3.3. Okay. Second, you have to understand the history of slavery of African people started in 711 AD till 1962. There's 20 million Africans from East Africa. See, I lived in Egypt. I lived in Alexandria. I'm an oceanographic tech as well as et cetera. But we don't know our history. We don't admit our history to say that there was 20 million Africans from 711 to 1962 who were shipped to the Arab lands. That's why all those brothers in Dubai look like somebody off the block in Kenya. Okay, all right. But we don't want to talk about that. Okay, we just like to talk about the transatlantic slave trade over here because we don't know the history. We as a people, 1.6 billion people, don't know our history. That's why it took us 7 years to get the United Nations to do it, but it's in place. It's in place. Now you who are pushing for democracy, you're pushing for the goals of using the resources of South Sudan for South Sudanese. So I'm in Ethiopia, I'm in Gambia, okay, where there's 250,000 South Sudanese who are refugees and are it's poor conditions. Okay, but nobody in the United States knows your history. Generally, the Congressional Black Caucus doesn't know your history. Why? Because you don't advocate how it's done in the United States to lobby. We wrote it into the rules. See, you can bribe people in the United States legally, called lobbying. Here, it's in the rules. We don't have lobbyists. Our coalition is a lobbyist coalition. We own about $118 million worth of property in downtown DC. I said since 1990, we've been a coalition. So that's a platform that's available now that you take your South Sudanese who are in the United States and partner with the South Sudanese in the diaspora and the South Sudanese in the country who believe in this. And now's the time to use the leverage because this president doesn't get reelected unless 30 million votes for Black folk, majority of them vote for him. But you have to have a policy. And so that's what we have. We have a Black folks plan. So you create a Black folks plan for South Sudan. That's what we're doing. We invited you to the WhatsApp, okay? But you need to bring it like you were talking about the revenue for the oil. I don't know what your current production capacity revenue for oil, but in our group, we have a Black American who does oil trading for about $400 million right now, annualize his business. Okay, be glad to talk to you about how we put it in place, revenue anticipation note. We stand ready to have these conversations. Like I said, we're going to be week after next in Washington. Okay, then in August, we're going to be in Atlanta, about a couple thousand of us. Okay, but again, you have the chance to be in Geneva. Okay, on the 16th of April in the third session of the permanent forum, the plan for 2025. What is South Sudan going to look like in the elections in December? And by the way, has anybody talked about the $250 million that you're going to have to raise for the elections? That's our estimate with the Carter Center. But, you know.
Yeah, the country's still trying to find a way to raise that figure, but there's a lot of other challenges, obviously, in the interval. but I think consensus is being built for elections. Yeah. So I think we'll, because you're pushed for time. Maybe Dr. Deng, if you have a question, or Mr. Henry, if you want to ask.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Nyieer, I wasn't interested to ask a question because there's so much to learn from Daniels, and I thought we need more time to listen to him. My query would have been in looking at what the Black folks can do to impact on leadership in Africa, because whatever you do, you can't talk on economic growth without political maturity. Most of our problems in Africa are related to political failure by leaders, and that in the end impacts on every aspect of life. So would it not be good to look at how you can form some sort of a coalition that would be bearing to behaviors of African leaders? And in the end, we are able to have a direction that focuses on people's progress. Otherwise, what we have seen for the last, say, about 60 years now, is it 67 years since the first African country got independence, has been military coups, juntas that come in and individuals get rich, institutions are destroyed. And when leaders die, because at the end of the day, every leader is mortal. No one is immortal. They go and they leave countries that are destroyed and pick them up. Like what we do, what we see in DRC right now is a shame. It's a country that was quite developed, but then Mobutu took his time. He became the institution of the country itself. And by the time he went, the whole state had been usurped. So I think the focus would be at the level, at strategic level, would be to look at the governance as an issue that needs to be controlled in a way that we can bring pressure to bear on leaders if they misbehave, because little do people within the territorial bounds of particular countries have freedom really to push for changes in environment where democracies are not yet mature. And Daniels, I think there would be time to discuss more on that. So that nexus between political maturity and economic growth is what we might need to look at more than actually looking at economic growth as in isolation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got 2 minutes, but let me answer that. Okay, so my experience in living on the continent and experience in the DRC, I've got 40 years experience in DRC, okay, and in my group. You know, we started on the continent when I was 14. Okay, my family was part of Marcus Garvey and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so what you see as a failure, I see as the last election, okay, was a movement towards success. A movement towards success. Was it a success? No. But understand that the African Union and governance and movement is in the second of a 5-10 year movement to 2063 that's accelerating. And South Sudan, it's because of the young people, okay, as all over the continent, and leverage your South Sudanese in America while you have that ability, because the United States has now created an investment bank. It's in the chat, okay, and this administration has been leveraging it and using it so that whatever plan that you come up with, let us help you on that implementation. I want to thank you all. Okay, I've got 2 minutes left, but I've got to be on this Zoom.
Yeah, Mr. Daniel, thank you so much. I'll reach out to you and we can organize a meeting whenever you're free for you to have a longer session to tell us more what you do, so everybody can interact
every Tuesday. Every Tuesday at noon. Every Tuesday at noon Eastern Standard Time, we talk the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent and the World Conference of Mayors. We meet every Friday at 9 a.m. Central Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, so
no, that is fine. We're thinking just you and the South Sudanese, so a similar meeting like this. If
yes,
you can
no
give
problem.
us time, we could organize
no
that.
problem.
Yeah. But thank you so much for your time, and good luck with all that you're doing for our people there.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Take care.
All the best. Bye-bye. Sorry, everybody. He's obviously in a rush, an interesting character. So we will definitely try and bring him in so we get to know more. We'll also share. He's given us his web link. Is on the chat room. You could probably get that and also follow up.
Maybe you post it in the group so that we can keep the record.
Okay, I will. I think
record at a time, and then we can be able to, as a start, next Tuesday, probably, join him in this show.
Oh, okay, sure, we'll do that, yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Kimo. Thank you, Maurice, as well, for that question, and Dr. Deng. Dr. Kimo, as I said, you'll have an interaction session with everybody once the other speakers have made their contributions. So we'll go over to Mr. Henry. So you have 15 minutes. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, so yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for a good discussion and elaboration. And I don't want to take a long time, but to focus on today's discussion, which is South Sudan economy and continual oil production decline. And what I found out is it's very important to be discussed, and I look at the economy of South Sudan is highly dependent on oil, as everyone agrees, and this revenue will not only impact the citizen of South Sudan, but it will also affect the government running daily expenditure if the oil is shut down. So the government will not be running as usual. And what does that translate? Definitely to translate to government not giving essential services to the country, things like healthcare, education, and infrastructure development. So it's a worried situation. And when we look at a certain, at this situation, what do we do at the moment as a citizen of that country, economies, and other expertise? One thing I look at is as from economic freedom advocacy point of view. I just started this initiative, and I was looking at not focusing on the past, what happened in the past, but to look at what's happening now and how we're going to address that. And one thing I fail to understand is South Sudan from the beginning would have benefited from failures of other states, those who got independent in 1960s, 1950s, and would have used that opportunity to tick boxes and check on where, for example, Kenya, they started in 1963, struggling with the economy, and they are at least better now. And South Sudan was lucky to get independent when other countries were already experiencing challenges, and some of them came out of those challenges. So in my view, I look at blaming the leadership or the government at this time. It is just a reaction. And out of reaction, it comes a lot of things behind it. And my intention of advocacy on economic freedom is to look from the bottom-up approach, where I look at citizens themselves, mobilizing themselves, and start their own way of living instead of seeing the government as the source of living, seeing oil as the only source of living. Because of this corruption, if I'm employed today in the government, all my relatives will look at me as the source of wealth, which is encouraging laziness, people don't work. And now that oil is shut down, it's not a rumors. I've seen, I've got a letter with me here that explain the reason why oil is not going to work for a certain period of time until things get better. Where will South Sudanese citizens go to? And this is the question of saying, can we as a citizen encourage or advocates encourage citizens to look in their own other means of living? And one thing is, it depends with how you define economy or economics. But in my own definition of economic, I will just put it in illustration and say, pick up 3 people, drop them in the middle of the bush without anything, and observe their behaviors for 3 days. No one will die because of hunger in 3 days. One thing will come in their mind is to find where to eat, what to eat. The second is to get shade on top of the heat, and then security. And now, if we, and this is where I intended my advocacy to go through, to encourage citizens to pull out of these crowded small government towns and go to their respective villages and farm, do small businesses in their localities instead of crowding in these like in Juba or other states headquarters, and ask the government. The only thing to ask the government to do is to provide security, provide a buffer zone among these conflicting countries. For example, I come from Twitch East, where a flood devastated and fear of neighboring communities. See, and I look at why can't we, as an advocate, encourage local people, citizens, to start working on their own way instead of asking the government to provide to better the economy where the government has no capacity. There are so many reasons the government cannot do anything tonight to make South Sudan economy better. It's a long process. So I'm sorry to take long. If I debated, it's a topic that need a lot of discussion. But I look at economic development in the country to start with personal or individual approach. I started on my own, and then it goes. If you look at the SPLM, SPLA during liberation struggle, they didn't have any logistic except civilians were providing them with food, providing them with logistic to transport the ammunition or whatever. And South Sudanese were doing good by that time during the war, until the government comes in and start controlling things, including the people did not have time to rest, to farm, to do their own small productivity in their own places. So this is how I can look at, by not focusing on oil decline to better the South Sudan economy, but encouraging citizen manpower, okay, and only ask government to provide security to warring communities. You go to Gogrial today or Warab State, people are not resting. People are fighting each other. If the government can take control of that, and then the citizens who are hardworking will be able to do their own activities. With Sudan and South Sudan, the issue of oil dependency is a real risk to South Sudan. For example, if Sudan declare war against South Sudan today, or vice versa. The first weapon that can be used against South Sudan is to shut down the oil. So where will South Sudan go? We are very vulnerable in that circumstances. So let's encourage a government to provide security and redirect managing economy locally by encouraging citizens to do farming, to do other small business activities instead of depending on oil. And by doing that, a government will be able to generate tax from hardworking citizens instead of depending on oil. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Henry, for that contribution. I'm sure questions will be asked and people would appreciate your contribution here today. So thank you so much. Just to hurry the process and make sure we have an interactive session, I'm going to go straight to Dr. Deng to make his submission here. And then we go over to Mr. Morris, who starts Morris. And then we'll open up the room for everybody for questions. Go ahead, Dr. Deng. And thank you again, Mr. Henry. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nyieer, and thank you, colleagues, starting from Dr. Kimo for a comprehensive presentation, and to Henry for meaningful contribution. I will be straight to my view on how the economy of South Sudan should be managed or should have been managed, and how I still think it should be. To begin with, I believe, at the establishment state of a nation, the government should take full responsibility of defining the direction of the country, both politically and economically, because we didn't have a nation state of South Sudan in existence. So we didn't have instruments of state that were functional. So it was upon the sitting government at the national state to ensure that all the institutions of state all the structures of state were established to live to a certain program. And that was to be the vision of New Sudan that we had. So when we came in, I happened to have been in Kenya during the negotiation and better part of the political engagement with the Sudan. And so most of the forums where John Garang used to be a speaker, I happened to have been there as a student. What we knew was that upon our establishment of a government in South Sudan, we were going to use oil money to establish the foundation of the economy and create an enabling environment for citizens to be productive, and even give them an idea of what it is to have a modern living. Dr. Kimo, I listened to you, and I tend to disagree with you on so many policies that you guys might have advocated for. My policy framework would have been, for example, for the government to take control up to a point where you have some sort of a right-wing economic policy that ensures that it protects citizens and to social in nature, until at the point where citizens were able to compete economically with their neighbors. And then you can allow the market to be a free market. But I think we did it too soon. And I think that's why we have lost control of our own destiny. Not to waste so much time on what happened, from today on forth, I think as the oil gets close, I look at this as an opportunity for us to look back, to sit back and rethink our strategy of managing the country. And this is how I think. Brother Nyieer, you must have seen what I wrote last week on the purchase of commodities. That is, those stores that are to be established in Juba to ensure that basic commodities are available in the market. My take was that this is an opportunity for us to put our money in the pockets of our people, because the fiscal policy should be to ensure that our people governments should spend money goes into the pockets of people, and so that our people are encouraged to produce more. And the moment you do that, if I'm able to sell my excess or surplus and buy a bag of maize from Makuei, from a farmer who had produced about 5 of them, and he or she managed to consume maybe 3 with his family, and they sold about 2 of them to Juba and they get money, they will be able to produce 10 next year. And if we do that, then we are generally working on our balance of payment. And as a country, we will reach toward a certain level of equilibrium. I also thought we should have used the same opportunity to get grain from Reng that is in excess, buy it and sell it to WFP. We make money as a government and we put money in the pockets of our people. So the framework as we speak should be now to look at ourselves as a subsistence economy, not in any way an economy that competes with the world. Let's feed our people. And so the government policy should start with, let's eat what we produce and produce what we will eat. Once we have that, then now the next strategy would be, let's now sell what we have, surplus. And the government should have a clear marketing strategy to do so. The unfortunate bit about our situation right now has been the government is on a free will. It has allowed everything to happen on its own. You get fish in Jonglei, it is up to you to struggle on your own, take to DRC. There is no some full policy framework to guide our people and help them in linkage with the government of DRC, where the market is. They struggle on their own as if they do not have a country or a government. Gold in Capoeira comes to Kenya and finds its way to international market without the benefit of the government. There's no framework in place for the government to benefit and even for the citizen to be protected. So as we speak, this is an opportunity because again, we are talking of oil closure. What is oil closure going to affect? Basically speaking, 90% of citizens are not benefiting from oil proceeds. The salary that is paid to them does not have economic value. If you give me 2,000 pounds or 30,000 pounds right now, what can I buy with it as a soldier? If you give me, so ideally oil closure should only worry people who have been, who actually took state, who actually took over the state and managed for their own affairs, not the citizens. If there's anything citizens of South Sudan right now, is stability of the countryside and advocacy for all of us. The citizens should eat and produce, we should produce what they eat and actually sell access to these people in town who have been actually mismanaging their funds. Nothing that we may need to do, which is a bit too late. If there's any funding, then let's try to invest it in roads. We don't need highways. Normally, as an engineer, we normally have what we call the two types of traffic. There's generated traffic, there's a present traffic and diverted traffic. As we speak, our roads do not have enough traffic to warrant high-level design of roads. So if we can go to a level where the estimate is that $150,000 can clear a road and bring it into an all-weather level in South Sudan. So if you talk of $1.5 million to construct 10 kilometers to an all-weather level, and that is able to support basic traffic that we have, as long as it's being maintained. So we still have some money, let's open our borders. For example, Juba-Nadapa Road is not functional. Why is it not functional? It's just 1 kilometer that is between the Kenyan side and our side. If we invested about $3 million, then the Taposas and Turkanas will interact, and the economic prosperity that will come with that investment will be actually mind-blowing. So our advocacy should be actually to bring some sanity to the government of South Sudan to take responsibility. I'm happy, Maurice, you are in this forum. I work for the Northern Corridor Secretariat, and what we do is to promote seamless mobility of goods, to improve trade and lower cost of doing business in the country, in the region. South Sudan is one country, we are implementing something called single custom territory, where all trade, or what we call custom systems, interact, and you do your transaction, even if you are in your own country without having to come to Mombasa. South Sudan is the only country without automated business system. You guys talk of oil revenue, of improving non-oil revenue, and you do not have an automated custom system in the country. We came with the European Union donors, and we came to Revenue Authority. A letter only requesting the European Union to do this for the country of South Sudan, we could not get it. DRC in 2018, we did the same advocacy, and they were able to get a system, and they have now automated their business systems. So if you look at our people in the region, they are dependent on others. Just clearing your own car, you'll have to depend on a Kenyan to come and clear your car in Mombasa. The fee you will pay, agent fee, the transport fee, all goes to foreigners. How do we make money as people and as governments? So I think the first reflection would be for us to believe that the country is ours, and if we are in a position of responsibility, the money that is in your own bank account is worthless if it does not translate into a common progress of all of us, so that a citizen next to you is able to benefit by way of service, not by you giving hands out. So I would have talked differently if the oil was not closed, and because I would have talked on how we can use, because as they say, a carpenter always sees a problem. Every problem is actually hitting it with hammer, a nail on hammer. As an engineer, I look at construction of roads as the only way of achieving economic progress in the country, because the nexus between logistics and economic development cannot be underestimated. Ethiopia, of course, as mentioned earlier on by Daniels, in 1995, they only focused on two things: building transport infrastructure and energy infrastructure. And that brought them to where they are, to be an economic middle income country. Because then if you have roads, then you are able to access the countryside. Then the food is able to find its way to the market. And so you encourage more production by the farmers because they are able to sell their goods. And when these goods come into into urban centers, you have energy power, you have energy infrastructure to do value addition. And so you do value addition, you're able to get international markets access. And with the small quality of products, you're able to earn more. For South Sudan, we simply have a network of 6,400 kilometers. That is major roads that are connecting our economic centers and international links. And that would have cost about $10 billion. If we had to spread that over 5 years, we would have achieved that target by now. And so I don't know, I speak and speak over and over again. I mean, let me not bore you, but my point at this point in my take at this point in time is now economic discipline. Any money that we have as a government to spend on any commodity must go into the pockets of South Sudanese. Those stores in Juba should be closed if we are to bring goods from Uganda. Let's talk to a government. Let's go to Reng, buy sorghum there. Let's buy local mills, add value, distribute our flour. Let's eat what we produce. Let's go to Makuei. There's excess maize. They have to take it to Uganda sometime for Uganda to repackage and send it to South Sudan. Let's buy from Makuei. Even if it means telling Bol Mill now to or ARC to open access road to Makuei, where there's maize, let's do that. Let's go to Western Equatoria. Let's get what we can. Let's go to a wheel rice scheme. Let's buy whatever we have as a government, centralize and distribute it. And then we encourage our people to produce in the next 6 months. I think that is the only thing we can do at this point so that our people survive. The dollar thing is, the problem of dollar is the problem of those who are getting free money in Juba. I believe so, the issue of oil. But this is an opportunity now for us to speak because they will be sober if they are hungry. Thank you.
Thank you for that stupendous presentation, my brother, Dr. Deng. I think it's about, if it's not too late, these are some of the things that need to be done without a doubt. And so I think I'm excited with what you said, as well as what others have said as well, as ways that we could prioritize and really focus and reverse things. Because the little we have now should be centered around, restoring peace and giving our people peace dividends, which they're yet to receive. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Over to you, Mr. Morris. Sorry to have kept you for so long. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Deng. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Justin. I would like to appreciate Dr. Deng for the comprehensive presentation. Very informative, great ideas indeed. Dr. Kimo and Henry, I really appreciate your insights. Thank you, everyone, for this great discussion. So South Sudan economy and oil decline. In my opinion, I think we are South Sudanese. There is a way we focused too much on oil that is not healthy, and I believe shutting down this oil is a way for us to reflect and think really about how to diversify our economy. I feel bad for focusing too much on oil for two reasons. For one, it is not sustainable. Two, the world is transitioning to green energy, and so we must really look for ways of getting rid dependency on oil revenues. There are countries in Africa and beyond that are really doing well, surviving, funding their public spending without a liter of oil, and they're surviving. And it is good for us to see how those countries are doing it. There's no magic trick to it. It is a matter of government policy and direction. So South Sudan, as all of you know, we gained independence amid a huge advantage that countries that gained independence previously never had. We had a great international goodwill. We also had a sizable number of people that are educated and well versed with the functioning of the world economies. Our people who are all over, they're well educated, and most of them will have been very much willing to contribute to designing policies that will have moved our country forward. Unfortunately, for some reason or the other, we could not agree on a number of things politically, and we found ourselves in a limbo again, going back to war, and that has been that state of insecurity and instability has been perpetual ever since. So we are now in a situation where we are trying to recover from years-long conflict. We are also recovering from disasters related to war in Sudan, related to the flooding that we experience in most parts of our rural areas, and unfortunately, we are in a situation where there is a deceleration in other major global economies, deceleration in the US, in the EU, and China. And so South Sudan really is in serious trouble, and we should be very much concerned. We are heading towards elections. We have been implementing an agreement that is very, very costly. We have a situation where almost 80% of our population is in need of humanitarian aid amid donor fatigue. International donors that have been supporting us for too long are now focusing on other conflicts and supporting other population. We have serious uncertainties caused by the political instability in our country, frequent changes of heads of key economic institutions, and so on and so forth. And so moving on, we must clearly look for ways to survive as a country without oil. And one of the things that we can do is to basically focus on generating non-oil revenues to a level that can be able to support our public spending. And as Deng has said, South Sudan Revenue Authority has a great potential, but it's also in a place where it faces a lot of challenges of establishment. It also in a place where it faces huge tax exemptions that are most of which are not really genuine. We have incidences where even top government officials and leaders in the country aid tax evasion. We also have a very, very narrow tax base. Currently, there are about 70,000 taxpayers registered. Compare that to a population of more than 15 or close to 15 million people. We have a very huge informal sector as a challenge to non-oil revenue mobilization. We also have a situation where there is a huge under-declaration of imports, and so we are losing huge revenues to traders that engage in under-declaration and even forging of some of these bond papers. And the South Sudan Revenue Authority was also established at a time when most of its employees, especially in customs, were all from police, and whenever heads of these police directorates, they've always found ways to dump people close to them in the customs, and so we have a huge custom employees, and very few of them are actually qualified to do the job that needs to be done. And so overemployment is a challenge to that. And so as a country, there are a number of things that that we should do in order to raise the revenues from the non-oil source. And so one of them, as I've said, is look into issues of exemption, this huge exemption. Another thing is to expand the tax base, as I've mentioned earlier on. We also need to implement digitalization processes. And then, as Deng has said earlier, our people are still very much allergic to digitalization. We are very slow to implement our automation and so on and so forth. And even when it is implemented, it is not done in a way that is up to the standard. Instead, see a lot of interferences make it difficult for us to, or for the administrators to bring good systems in place. For example, we have an internationally acclaimed system called SCUDA that is supposed to be used for customs for custom estimation, but we are not using it. A lot of other countries are using it. It's very cheap. It is very highly secure, and yet, for some reason, our custom estimation functionalities have been given to a company that does not have the capacity to deliver to the international standard. And this was done at the level of the leadership. It was done at the level of council, at the level of economic cluster. And so these kinds of interferences are actually very costly to revenue mobilization. And if we continue interfering in proper collection of non-oil revenues, and the oil has been shut down, then basically it is bad for everyone, including the ones that are interfering in the collection processes. So my idea would be turning away completely from oil and looking at ways of raising non-oil revenues. Right now, I think our non-oil revenues contribute about less than 3% of the GDP. Compare that to an regional average of about 15 to 20%. And as a matter of consensus, most public finance source is from taxes and other non-tax. And so one thing we can do is to immediately look for ways to increase non-oil revenue mobilization through by taking the steps that I've mentioned. But an immediate action to take us out of maybe this crisis would be for us to get a concessionary loan, cheap concessionary loan that will immediately fund some of the government priorities, including spending on agriculture. I'm glad that Agricultural Bank now has been reconstituted and they are willing to work. And so all they need is to be given tools to be able to support our rural population in producing what they are able to eat. And we also need to look for ways or advocate for weeding out corruption in public institutions. There is high level of corruption, and as someone who has worked closely with people in this public institutions, I know there is high level of corruption there, and a lot of money, government money, is lost to corrupt practices. And so, if that is done, loopholes are closed. We'll have huge revenues that can support provision of other services to our population. And finally, it is all about politics. We don't fix our politics, I don't think we are able to get out of this continuous economic crisis anytime soon. And so we must fix our politics. We must look for ways to build consensus around, around political issues, including the election that is coming. We must build consensus on how to downsize the government so that more revenues go to service delivery rather than pockets of individuals. And once we do that, I think we'll begin to be on a direct path to growth and recovery. So, Justin, that would be my contribution for now, and I would be willing to intervene later if necessary. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much for your candidness and your ability to really pinpoint the challenges and the difficulties and what needs doing. These are the issues, everybody. Before we dive on them and ask them the questions and appreciate their contributions, we want to thank all of you. I want to bring in our friend and South Sudanese at heart, and hopefully South Sudanese as well, because if people have to be recognized for their contributions, they should actually be given some kind of dual nationality in our country. So I want to ask Marina Peter to have her input, and then also Mr. Wolfgang or Dr. Wolfgang after this. And then we will we'll go around. We want to welcome Ambassador James, Dr. James Okok, as well as Honorable Rajab Mohandes and Mr. Simon Duluk, Kulel Agog, Ada as well, and everybody who has joined us. Yeah. So go ahead, Marina. You want to hear your voice again?
Thank you so much, but I'm honestly not sure what kind of input I can give. First of all, this is a very, very interesting session for me. So thank you so much that you allowed me to listen in. As I said in the beginning, I'm not an economist, but basically what you shared also as observations and needs is exactly what I'm also thinking. So I was just amazed by the, let's say, the suggestion of one of the participants that people should go back and try to care for themselves, because let me be very honest. Those of you who know me know that I'm always very frank, because I thought this is basically what people have been surviving on for all these years now. So and very often when I do some advocacy, speak about South Sudan, the first question I get is, when I describe the situation, as you also did it now, is, but how do people really survive with this hyperinflation and all what you mentioned? And I always say, I really don't know. So to me, you know, we were so many friends from outside, friends to the Sudanese people, South Sudanese people. And you know yourself that not too many are left because of the situation. But I always encourage everybody, please hang on, because the people of Sudan in South Sudan deserve really something much better. And I know that you people will make it. Only that because now somebody mentioned, is it now the time, because government is also kind of desperate, that we can influence them to change the direction or whatever. Honestly, people, I have my doubts. As I said, I have been with you in the whole struggle, so I know what happened also after 2005, after 2011. So I really feel all these things need to be built bottom up. Yeah. So let us really strengthen local communities within their wonderful capacity to survive. Let us help to build things from below. Yeah, build the local economy even, and trust that, let's say, if you focus on the states, if you focus on the communities, learn from their way of resilience, of resistance, all this kind of stuff. I think we can learn a lot, because this is at least what I learned in all these years, not to always look up, let's say, where we face a lot of challenges and hopeless cases, but to strengthen local capacities and work with those people. I don't know whether you feel this makes sense, what I'm saying, but at least this is what I wanted to share with you. And somebody mentioned this issue of peace building, reconciliation. I think this is at least something we can do all the way through already right now. So we don't need for the government. With this oil stuff, I fully agree. The people are the least to really benefit from it. So apparently they have other ways to survive. Let us build on that. That is at least what I feel. So and let us work together again. We were just of course, Sudan is now a bit in the headlines. South Sudan is basically completely neglected because so many people from outside have given up on you people. I think this is completely wrong, and I do whatever I can to tell them why it's wrong, and to do some advocacy for your case. But let us try to work again together as we did in the past. South Sudanese and people from outside who understand at least a bit of your situation. So maybe that is my contribution. Sorry, I talked a bit long.
Awesome, that's lovely. Thank you so much. It wasn't for long, and we appreciate that contribution. Again, as an observer, you have every right to view somebody who participated, who's been with us through thick and thin, and obviously nations are born, but nation building, as we know, is a process, and so we will stumble, but we'll eventually get it right. So thank you for your optimism as well. Thank you so much. Dr. Wolfgang and Dr. C and Dr. Loy and Kulel will come to you shortly. Dr. Wolfgang, is your mic working? Dr. Wolfgang. Okay. Hello? Okay, Mr. Kulel, over to you, sir. Welcome. Mr. Kulel, go ahead. Hello, Kulel. Kulel, can you hear us?
Hello,
Yeah.
Mr. Nyieer. Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome, sir.
And
Go
for
ahead.
your good moderation to this forum. Yeah, for those who do not know me in the forum, my name is Kilwell Agok, the former Secretary General for the South Sudan Civil Society Alliance, but I'm now in the exile. But I'm really very happy with the presentations made by the past presenter. Okay. By the past presenter, and of course with some interventions from Dr. Deng, and then Marina, Peter, and many others that have come to have their intervention. Therefore, I'm really very happy today for this forum here. I think it is not like the one of the last time I attended. It was really so intense with a lot of tension, with no clear way forward. But today I can be able to really have my brief question with a sober mind. And I really apologize to you with my behavior I did last time. I was provoked by Dr. James. But yes, to come to my question, the past presenter
is here today. Don't provoke each other again.
Yeah, you know, I think we reconcile. We have been reconciled.
Okay, because
in some other forums, and we are
you both
now
jumped
okay.
out of a plane once together. So.
Yeah, sure, but we have been reconciled in some different forums by our friends. I think I had a friend who was a lady. I think she was my best friend. In fact, we work in the youth leadership, and she intervened when we were really in different forum and were in a very heated debate and attacking one another. So, but we have settled that. Now back to my question. The past presenter presented a very insightful information about the South Sudan economy. but my question to him is, what could be intervention given the factors that he has underlined? Because South Sudan suffered when the oil was closed down during 2012. The same impact is the same, the impact we are still experiencing as the nation. Yet again, now people are talking about the oil shutdown again. Yet the nation has not recovered for the same impact. So what solutions do you foresee that can really improve the economy of South Sudan, given your experience and the way you see things as the context of the current economy is stand? That is one. Two, people, this will be a comment. You know, people talked about the whole general overview and how the economy should be reformed. The economy is managed by the government in power, but the government is not focusing on the management of the economy. Let me give the example of the East African countries. For example, Tanzania. For example, Uganda. Uganda have taken a stand to build the private sector, which the core engine of the economic well-being, of the economic development. But yet again, people who are now in power have no focus on the management of the economy and building the private sector. So has the economists in this forum, let me get back to it as a question as well. What do you think can be resolved to all these situations going on? You're seeing Ugandan troops have been flown into South Sudan. They are now stationed in Luri. Because people, the same group, there are two groups that are fighting over the wealth, and then they're confusing the president here and there. So what do you think? There could be a quick intervention into this dynamic economic situations in South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kulel. We will hopefully, Dr. Kimo has noted those. I just want to get some of the hands out of the way and we'll get back to you. Over to you, Dr. Karnita. Thank you, Mr. Kulele. Dr. Karnita, go ahead.
Yes, greetings to everybody and
sorry,
speakers.
Dr. Yag will give you a chance shortly. We'll give you a chance very shortly. Thank you. Go ahead.
Just greetings to everybody, to the speakers. Always good to be on this platform with fellow committee members. Greetings from Ghana, West Africa, where I live and work for the past 10 years. As I listened to the last 3 or 4 speakers or so, one of the things that comes to my mind is the documentary that's titled How Cuba Survived the Peak Oil Crisis. And one of the things that is so powerful about this movie, this documentary, was that despite the severity of the sanctions and how extensive they were in their scope, and how other countries would be or were sanctioned for attempting to help Cuba, despite these extreme conditions, and despite the fact that the data showed that the average Cuban lost about 22 pounds, what specifically happened that they begin to get themselves up and righted and stabilized enough such that when COVID-19, some call the plandemic, came about, how were they able to send out some 45,000 doctors around the world? No other country did that, however rich they are. No other country did that. How did Cuba go from such an extreme state to this. And one of the things I recalled about the documentary was that they realized that people were becoming increasingly hungry to the point of very severe conditions. And they noticed that while they were no longer able to use the tractors because of the oil crisis and the embargoes, they noticed that there were a handful of traditional farmers left who were using oxen. So they rushed to these few farmers and said, you have to show us how you do this, because apparently this is what we're going to need to do. But in addition to that, they urged every citizen, look around your house, look around your yard, find empty buckets, find old boots laying around, find old bathtubs laying around, various things that can be used as a container. Put soil in it, use various things such as leaves and small branches and whatnot to fertilize the soil and begin to plant your own food. And so literally, they begin to do this aggressive, strategic move of combining the traditional farming with cattle and having people engage in what essentially was container gardening. There were some open air fields, but they also engaged in container gardening. And they used all manner of containers. And what they noticed was that somewhere after they started this process, they formed a type of organization around container gardening and organic farming and traditional farming, and how they noticed that things began to gradually rebound, such that the farmers actually became more celebrity-like and of a higher status than even the physicians were. For their traditional esteem that they enjoyed, it was now belonging to these farmers. And in the first year of organizing this coalition, this group that they did around this organic container gardening and farming, and how do we perfect this and get this going even better? How do we do it better? The first year saw somewhere around 40, 50 or so participants. The following year, there were several hundred. And the year after that came international people wanting to know, what did you do? How did you do it? Similarly, with the documentary, The Man Who Stopped the Desert. How are you planting these millions of trees and you don't have a massive irrigation system? You don't have a massive watering system. What are you doing? How are you doing this? And I think the onus is on us to go back and to revisit these ideas. Because sometimes when you do certain things, you don't need money in your pocket. If, as the previous, one of the previous speakers indicated, if you eat what you grow and you grow what you eat, that means that's that much less for you to purchase. And I think the onus is on us to go back and to take a look at some of these documentaries and to begin to look at certain crops. I've mentioned this before, such as moringa. Moringa can grow, is a tree that can grow up to 18 feet in 6 months. I'm gonna say that again, it's not a misstatement. It can grow up to 18 feet in 6 months, and it is a hardy tree in harsh conditions. And every part of the tree is consumable. And it can be turned into oils, it can be turned into medicine, it can be turned into foods, et cetera, et cetera. It could be used for livestock, for feeding livestock as much as it can for feeding humans. So I think the onus is on us is to take a big, deep breath and let's get off the merry-go-round of top-down, welfare-minded government dependence on sustenance. And let's take a look at some of these countries like Cuba and say, let's look specifically at what they did. And then let's adapt as much as that as we can and adopt as much as that as we can to our situation. It wasn't long before Cuba became an international icon for their organic container gardening communities, because now it wasn't just a few people here and there that was doing it, it was an entire nation. It was almost as though the nation became organic, you see. So that's just a little bit that I would want to add to that, is for us to take a look at these types of documentaries and see how much of that we can borrow and implement in strategic ways. With that, family, I will mute my mic and continue to listen and learn. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. C. This is a very practical approach, and perhaps with the looming factors and the fact that the oil is probably shut down by now, these are very necessary. Sorry to pressurize you, Mr. Wani and Dr. Yak. We'll give you a chance shortly. So Mr. Henry, one of the speakers, needs to leave, so we just want to engage him before he goes. There was a suggestion, and equally Wani, yeah, there was a suggestion by Mr. Wolfgang, and in terms of the discussion so far, and he mentioned, I can just quote, it's his very, he has a problem with his mic, so it's only fair that we read it out and get you guys to respond to this. This is a very important discussion, he said. My feeling is we need to look at 3 issues. Oh, is this thing playing up? Yeah, we need to look at 3 issues, and he highlights them as follows. Yeah. My mic is playing up, my keyboards are playing up here. Hold on. Okay, so yeah, the 3 issues which are interlinked. So it says 1 issue is the state's resource of income, the state's sources of income. The second is the system, the structure, its institutions, rules, and procedures of the state. Hold on. Rules and procedures of the state, and he mentions rules of the state, resource management, and the third is the government strategy for economic economic progress, I think he said, yeah. And then he mentions that Dr. Deng, Diar, mentioned the Ethiopian government strategic decisions in the 90s up to early 2000s. It would be great to continue this reflection in the context of 3 dimensions. So this is what he mentioned. So in light of that, Henry, if you could maybe just make some comments on that, because again, if the issues are separate, are bigger, like is this the structure of the state, its sources of revenue and how it can channel those to institutional building and to ensuring there are rules and procedures and making sure that resources are managed properly as a way of improving the economy. Because without all of these, as others have also mentioned, stabilizing governance and limiting or mitigating conflict. So if you can perhaps come in before you go.
All right, thank you. I look at good governance as the only way to identify and address issues like state resources or income. There are so many resources. You go to Burma, you see a big wildlife reserve. And I also look at agricultural sector. But the issue of governance is where the problem is, and I try to, since 2013, this is the issue the song will be singing. There's no good governance, and we're not getting something out of it. But I look at it to encourage citizens, educate the population in South Sudan, those who are really affected, to come out and push the government to implement some structural policies. If you go to South Sudan and ask them who are your best economists in the country that you can use their brains to run the country, they are there. There are economists, they got good ideas, but implementation is the problem. So answering that question, I look at, when I will use this word repeatedly, let us take a bottom-up approach by encouraging the government to provide security to citizens wherever they are and encourage them to farm. Start from farming. That's the best resource, best state resource that can be used now. And forget about oil. Yes, we need oil to drive economy, but it's not enough. So that's one thing I would say. The second one is you make use of these resources to encourage citizens. One, and I repeat it, use the little money to strengthen the security within the country instead of using arms to fight proxy wars. Use it to protect citizens and encourage citizens to be active in their own economic activities. I'm not sure if I got it right, but that's the only answer I can give at the moment.
You definitely did. Thank you for that. We have we really appreciate your time. If you can stay for probably we're closing in the next half an hour, but we want to just get some of the hands who are up, to make their contributions and to go back to the speakers for question time with everybody in here. So can I just quickly, if Dr. Gabriel, I know you need to go. I think Dr. Yag had her hand up earlier. It's only fair to allow her, and then you can come in immediately along with Mr. Wani. So, Dr. Yak, if you can quickly come in before Gabriel.
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I appreciate everything that was said, and I think these conversations need to be continued. I think what we realize is also the stark differences between theories and practice, what is practical on ground, and what we wish for, what we can put on a vision board, almost a sense of utopia. And so realistically, I think the first speaker and also Dr. Deng were quite, they just brought us back to ground, and they just grounded us by letting us know how things are, what the reality looks like. Two key problems. One, we have an economic crisis compounded by the war in Sudan. We have an import-dependent economy. We lack industry, basics like soap, oil production, all that was from Sudan. And then the perishables and flour and the likes coming from Uganda. And it's not really for lack of production capacity. It's for the lack of the second problem that we had, which is a lack of political will to implement the much needed, and I here borrow the phrase from Dr. Deng, which is the economic discipline to turn things the right side up. And so unless state leadership suddenly develops a conscience for people, which I highly, highly doubt, everything we'll say will just be that. The oil, as so many speakers before me have said, never really benefited the people of South Sudan. So what's another oil shutdown anyways? What difference does it make for the average Junubi anyways? Yeah, nothing really. Most service institutions are INGO supported. Healthcare is INGO supported. Even to some extent, some civil servant salaries are through INGOs. And obviously we've heard of this donor fatigue. People are fed up of us and our constant whining that we are a new country. How old are we today? People are fed up of us. So realistically, And so realistically, to be realistic, knowing that the government of the day is not going anywhere anytime soon unless something major happens, then the big question becomes, in the immediate term, is government in position to provide security to allow the flourishing of whatever micro subsistence level type of economy? Because security is fundamental for that. And then in the longer term comes the roads and all the other things that is needed to sustain and all the economic reforming activities as a whole, including subsidizing, strengthening the agricultural center, subsidizing seeds, and all other service facilitating equipment and all the other things. Those become longer term plans that are founded on a government that has the political will to actually spearhead that. And so we have an immediate crisis. And the immediate crisis right now is, can government or whoever provide security for people to be able to do some sort of subsistence economic strategy? I beg to stop here.
Good.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for those that interjection and very much the crux of the crux of the matter. You've addressed those. Thank you so much. Dr. Gabriel, over to you. Thank you, Dr. Yag.
Yeah, thank you, Justin, and thanks for all the speakers. It has been really very educative. I have two quick questions, Justin. One is a general question for the economist in the room, and second one is specific to Kimo, Dr. Kimo. Let me start with the general one for the economists in the room. Putting the political will aside, is there anything in the current or the previous, or you call it whatever, economic designs in the Republic of South Sudan that is mainly skewed towards depending on oil, or is it really a matter of political will that we have not been able to extract the other potential sources of income for the Republic of South Sudan? Is it a design or purely just because of the political will? This is number one. My number two question is specific for Dr. Kimo, and maybe James Oku can also come in, and the other economists as well. A lot has been written and said about the financial global financial institution, mainly the World Bank and the IMF. A lot have been written, and actually some of those books are actually written by the former employee of the World Bank itself, about how these two global financial institutions kind of negatively influence the economic prosperity of the so-called third world countries. Are we safe from that in the Republic of South Sudan, or is there a potential that these financial institutions, global financial institutions, could also kind of negatively influencing the economy of the country behind the curtain without majority of us who are blind economically? No. Back to you, Justin, and the team.
Thank you for those lovely questions, Dr. Gabriel. So after Wani, Michael, we'll get the economist to respond here. Wani, go ahead. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. I always appreciate this kind of conversation, and I want to thank the presenters for elaborating more about the economy and giving the insights and how the economy need to move forward. I just want to make some few comments. I will not be asking questions, but I just want to make some few comments. And I want to associate myself with the other colleague to say our primary fundamental issues of South Sudan when you talk about the economy is leadership. And it's to do with the governance. And I think it's the case in every country that if you don't have a stable governance system, if you don't have a very strong leadership that appreciate economic growth, even if you have the best economies in the country, even if you have a very productive society that is able to produce, you will face problems. I just wanted to give some few narratives. One, we recall in 2012, when this economical crisis started facing the country, the government announced austerity measures in 2012. And I remember when the president addressed parliament by then, the idea was that they have to cut government expenditures so that they put resources or investment in key priorities of the economy, including suspension of developmental projects. I remember by that time, there was money that was supposed to be given to CDF. It was cut, and most of the developmental projects in the budget by then was cut because they said we are under austerity measures. Indeed, the whole country was under austerity measures, except the government, because the government continued to live in luxury. The government continued to buy cars in a very expensive cars. Government continued to have financial indiscipline instead of living within their means when they announced the austerity measures. So since 2012 up to now, it is only the people who are living under austerity because they cannot even afford $1 million a day, but their government has refused to live within their means, which is under the austerity measures. And coupled with that, we remember very well in 2012, the president came to the national TV and said he wrote letters to 75 people who were believed to have disappeared with a tune of $4 billion US, not million, but $4 billion US. And I think few people came out, about three or two people who came out and said indeed they received the letter, but they did not take any money. So what we have in the country is that you have a system, and I respect to disagree with people who say the government doesn't play a very critical role in the economy. Government play a very critical role in the economy because they're managing our resources on our behalf. So if you have a government that legitimizes looting, if you have a government or system that legitimizes looting, then you're going to face challenges in terms of how you are going to have financial discipline. So since 2012, when those people received the letters up to now, we have not gotten any money back. So the 7 billion disappeared. Now coming to the oil money, since 2005, CPA and post-CPA, the oil money has not been put in proper use. And it is not a secret that the oil money has always ended up in the hands of few individuals. And I remember very well, one of the things that Dr. John Garang told us, and he kept on saying, is that we need to use the oil money to densify the economy. Use the oil money to fund the agricultural sector. So the oil money, the problem with the oil money has been mismanagement. People have mismanaged the oil money, and that has really affected the economic development that we need in the country. The other issue that I also wanted to ask us to reflect on is the issues related to how we have been changing people that are tasked with responsibility of financial reform in the country. For example, since we got our independence in 2012 up to date, we have so far 13 ministers of finance And if you compare that with the region, you will agree with me that we are the one having the highest number of finance ministers. Been changed every time and then. In a year, in a month, if a minister of finance, doesn't deal with the exchange rate issues or whatsoever issues that are related with the economy, it's not given time to fix things, you're fired. Including the undersecretaries who is deemed to be the secretary of the treasury. We change them like clothes every time and then. And then our economy is not managed by the people whom we put in charge. For example, the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. We have created the deep state, people who are outside the government, but who seems to be having more power than people even in government to make decisions. And for me, until we all agree that there is need for fundamental change in the country, because if we don't have a system that supports the people who come with the ideas of reform, the people who want to move the country forward, I'm talking about the top leadership of the country. If protection is not provided for those individuals, then you cannot have economic prosperity. My last issue that I want to talk about is that we must appreciate that you are dealing with an importing economy. Our economy, we are importing everything, including toilet papers, including toothpicks. We are importing everything. So how do you expect to retain the hard currency in the country if you're importing everything? How do you expect to stabilize the exchange rate if your central bank does not have reserve? If you remember very well, the oil money, that was what they used to call future generational fund, which was meant to deal with issues of the future. But that money that was put there is not also even there. So you need to boost production. And for me, sometimes what puzzles me so much is that we know very well that the western part of South Sudan, I'm talking about Western Equatoria, I'm talking about part of Nyieer, I'm talking about part of Eastern Equatoria, Makuei. These are food baskets. I am aware, for example, in Western Equatoria, there are farmers in Western Equatoria whose every harvesting time, they cannot access the market in Juba or elsewhere. They always have rotten food. But now you're having a government that does not even appreciate that we have food baskets in the country, that we need to have road access to those areas. Instead, we put a lot of politics in this road construction thing instead of looking at the top priorities that we needed, because people need food. And you have Western Equatoria that produces a lot of food. They don't have the market. Yes, I remember very well. Yeah, I think UN. I think was it UNDP, one of the UN agency through the American embassy. They were funding some kind of road construction. I think feeder roads around Western Equatoria, but we needed to ensure that we prioritize construction of roads to major market points. For example, if we're able to construct the road from Juba up to Yambio, from Yambio up to Wow, you could have resolved the issues of access that the food basket of South Sudan, which is known to be the western part of the country, they will have access to the market, both this side of Juba and that side of Wow. And the people who produce a lot of sorghum, because I know in dozens of Wow or Warab, they produce a lot of sorghum, can have access of market to Juba. But instead, we facilitate importation of foodstuff from Uganda and Kenya. Lastly, we have people who are employed in South Sudan, and they are paid in dollars. But their salary every month does not remain in the country. And we should be asking ourselves why? Because we don't have the basic human necessities in the country. If I get a small work that I earn some few dollars in the country, I have to bring my child to Uganda or Kenya for education. And I may need money to rent a house. I may need money to pay school fees, including even medical. Most of our people, including those in government, has to come to either Uganda or Kenya or Egypt or where to seek for medical treatment. Those people, they don't need our pounds, they need our dollar. No, they need our dollars. So unless we start to deal with the fundamentals, including factors of production, and one of the key factors of production that we are lacking in South Sudan is power. I am one of the people who have been against this Jericho power project because the idea is that we must have affordable power so that you can be able to have small industries that are emerging so that we are able to produce certain things, basic commodities locally. So when you start producing locally, you are going to save your hard currency and remain in the country. My conclusion is that as South Sudanese, it's important that we reflect that yes, people need to be productive. Already our people are very productive. They just need some more support. However, much of the work has to be done by the leaders because these resources are not theirs. They belong to the people of South Sudan, and those resources ought to be used in a very careful way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wani. Thank you for that contribution. Ambassador, we'll give you a chance shortly. We just want to go back to Kimo, Dr. Kimo. On this thread here, our friend Joseph from Kenya, Joseph Wamwiri, mentioned a couple of things here. Hold on, let me just get to Kush, are you around? I needed some help, but I think you might be tied up. James, yes.
Yes, I'm around.
Okay, don't worry, it's fine. Yeah. Dr. Kimo and Dr. Deng as well, and all the panelists, you could all chip in here, but we'll probably start with Dr. Kimo. He mentions here diversifying. In addition to all that's been mentioned, what's necessary here is to diversify the economy. So he goes to say that I don't know why this thing always jumps away here. Yes, so he talks of diversifying government spending, especially in agriculture and infrastructure programs. It is also a way of stimulating different sectors in the economy. It's a way of reviving economic activity at the bottom of the pyramid, where the majority. Why is this thing?
Majority of the people in our economies.
Thank you, Dominic. Yeah, go and conclude it. I can't push it down. It just comes.
It just and it was a full stop. So Camila Khayal about that.
Okay, so okay, did you just conclude it? What's the rest?
Okay, diversifying government spending, especially in agriculture and infrastructure programs, is also a way of stimulating different sectors in the economy. It is a way of reviving economic activities at the bottom of the pyramid, where the majority of the people in our economies are, probably are.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, so clearly it rhymes with what Dr. Deng mentioned earlier. It rhymes with what several people have mentioned, including Mr. Henry, along the lines of, and you said it earlier from the beginning. We probably got it wrong, but the question now is, we're not poorer, but we are struggling economically, and our economy is at it's held hostage only by North Sudan, as well as some elements within our system that are anti-progress, really. So to what extent can we unwrestle the nation and maybe fix the economy? And as you said and others said also, it links, these are twins. The economy is a twin with the politics. How could we achieve those and get to the right juncture as a nation in order to take off? Because if clearly we have not kickstart all the sectors and oil has been depleted and has been mismanaged, what's next? Dr. Kimo.
Thank you for those who made their contributions. I don't think there is any specific question apart from the one by Continual, but what I will provide just general responses, right? I want to start and affirming my position that, frankly speaking, I don't buy the idea of continuously blaming Sudan for our way of mismanaging our economy, okay? If you go back to the CPA era from 2005, we had a share 50%, and it was completely under our control at the government of Southern Sudan, even after independence. The question is, what have we done with that oil money? What were our priorities, right? If you read the reports about corruption in South Sudan, the estimated figure of the money that we got from oil is around 20 billion. And Michael, a while ago, mentioned the 4 billion, right? Michael, there were only 2 people who revealed their names and they were willing to go and allow their accounts to be investigated. But the 73, they were not revealed. Nobody was taken to court. And this is 4 billion US dollars. So if you add about all the small reports about corruption in South Sudan, you'll find almost 50% of the oil money that we generated was eaten up by corruption. Why corruption? Because we had weak institutions. We deliberately refused to enact laws that could have closed the loopholes in the system. For our information, South Sudan has been operating without public procurement and disposal of assets from 2005 until 2017. The act was enacted in 2018. So you can imagine that long period. And what we need to know is that all government activities are around procurement. Almost 70% of the activities are around procurement. So if through all this period, you are conducting 75% of the operation without procurement, okay, what would you expect? My third point is that I'm not a believer in using oil money to run the government. And I used to disagree with people who used to say that South Sudan is started from scratch. That is a completely misleading information. We had the opportunity to organize a macroeconomic forum for SPLM in Juba immediately after independence. And we went through the documents that were formulated during the liberation time in the liberated areas, what they call civil administration. We had almost all the policies, by the way, including reforming the public service and everything. But as somebody said, our main problem is not that we lack policies, it's not that we lack program, we lack the political will to implement. And this is what we have been saying during the development policy forum that I developed back in Juba when I was still working for the World Bank, and this thing is still running. The main problem of South Sudan is the unwillingness to implement, right? My fourth point is that I don't believe that the government should be the engine of growth. Yes, the government has a role, and this is a fact which has been proved following the Great Depression in the 1930s, okay? And that was the intervention of Keynes, that there must be a role for the government. And in our case, it's not only regulation, but facilitating the construction of physical infrastructure, for example, the roads, the energy, the telecommunication. These are huge capital investment which cannot be afforded by the private sector. And that is the role of the government to use the money That's why I said earlier, if we were to follow the other examples of countries that enjoyed natural resources, we could have allowed some agencies, international one, credible one, to manage our oil, and we use a small percentage, like 10%. If you have this 10%, then people will have no interest to be at the central government or anywhere else, right? Everybody could have gone back to the private sector, because this is what would have been the result if we focus on providing those infrastructure. This will generate growth, will generate development, will create opportunities, even when it comes to taxes, for example. And this is what the complaint of one of the ministers in one of the forums, and I find it very strange. How can you enact policies and you cannot enforce them? Simply, in the concept of South Sudan, there is a conflict of interest, and this is a violation of the constitution, right? No government official is supposed to be running any business or to be part of any business. They have to choose. Either you are in government or you are in business. And this is part of the failure of many government institutions to manage the economy, whether they are in finance or in the customs. Simply because there are some big guys there, when you start regulating them, then they will use their offices to prevent you. And coming to the current situation, for example, as I said, I don't believe that South Sudan needs oil money. Okay, but we need oil money in order to fuel sectors like agriculture, to provide infrastructure. And I remember, and this is what I wanted to share with this forum, I still vividly remember in one of his speeches to the parliament, Honorable Agritisa, the former Minister of Finance, he said, he was appealing actually to the Legislative Assembly that if you can scrap the tax exemption, I don't need oil money to run the government. What message can you get from that? The message is that none or tax exemption are more than the government could have generated in terms, I mean, for running the government. For example, the current budget is 1.8 trillion SSP. And I believe almost 80% of that could have been in tax exemption. So if we can close those loopholes, if we had the political will to close those loopholes, okay, then we will make sure that the money collected will come to the Minister of Finance, and it will be able to use it even in the absence of oil money. And for the Dr. Deng, for example, the automation was there, by the way. The automation, and the government got support from the international community because of that situation. Banks were deployed to Nimuli in order to deposit the money straight and just bring a receipt to the custom officer for them to be cleared. People took advantage of the war that erupted in 2013 and abolished this. That's why the Minister of Finance is still struggling, okay, to make sure that the money is sent. That is why even the governor of went as far as creating a bank, I mean a branch, so that the money goes straight to the block account. But is there any political will to facilitate that? Okay, unless we have the political will, okay, that's why I said, before we talk about fixing the economy, we have to fix the politics. And what we have now, even some of us are saying, oh, people should go and should be mobilized, should be encouraged. That was the situation of our people. Before 2013, nobody was bothered with what the government is doing in Juba, because they had their security. They were having their own sources of livelihoods. The person who was fishing will go to the fish, to the river, will catch their fish, will keep some and will take some to the market, and they were okay. Apart from health and education, they didn't need anything. And these are the reasons that will cause them to go to the cities. Okay, so to me, we need to fix the security situation. How many of our people are displaced internally in the POCs? And if you categorize them, these are the most productive people. We decided to detain them since 2013 in those POCs, leave alone those who migrated as refugees to the other countries. right? And even the pressure, why there is pressure on our domestic currency? Because as we said, we are an import dependent country, okay? And if you look at the basket, which is used by the MBS in order to calculate inflation, whether daily or monthly or annually, they pick a basket of items and then they weigh them, they give them weights in order to calculate the inflation. Almost 50% of the weight of inflation is taken by the food items. And most of the food items are imported. And mind you, you could be also importing inflation, because inflation could be imported also from the countries where you buy those commodities. So to me, if we are able to provide security, then you are going to cancel this food. The pressure is going to be lower. And as somebody said, the current Auditor General mentioned in one of the forums in Juba that the people in Nyieer can produce maize, right? But they cannot compete with their Ugandan counterparts in Juba as a market, simply because of the cost of transportation, and they use checkpoints on the way. That's why they are discouraged. The first season they will try to bring, but it will not be operational for them. Then the next thing they just stop. That is why we are gradually leaving our main activities. And what Wolfgang said is very important. For me, the government has so many resources, not only oil. If we can develop, just facilitate roads and provide the storage facilities, power supply, okay? These people can produce for themselves and they can be connected. As he said, some of the areas could have been connected because these are the most productive areas, but we have politicized the infrastructure sector, right? We are taking roads to areas that where you don't get anything to your market. And strengthening institutions is very, very important. And again, it's all about having the political will and having the right kind of leadership and mindset. Okay, so I think I will stop here, and then let's see how it goes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deng. We'll come to you in a second. I just want to go quickly to Ambassador Dr. James and Dominic. Can you read the questions in the thread as well? Maybe you can address those to the next speaker.
So far, I don't see any question.
There was a question from Ayak, I think.
I read. I think it's just of a comment, or
it was a comment. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a comment.
Yes,
Kimo did not answer my question. There is a few questions being mentioned by Ayak.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm coming.
Okay, he'll come. Okay. Kimo, maybe answer Gabriel's question.
But let me give a follow-up questions to Dr. Kimo.
No, we want to bring in the other speakers, unless it's linked to him.
It's linked to him anyway. Yeah.
Okay, let's give Ambassador James a chance, and then we'll come back here. Yeah, Dr. Gabriel, just hold on. Your question will be answered. Ambassador, you've been waiting for a while, so it's fair to give you a chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nyieer. I'm happy that I'm back to this, and I was wishing it should be a very sensitive topic, but it seemed to be cool. So it means this economy is not touching us.
No, we know how to control tempers.
Okay, so that's good. Yeah, I have just few comments. What we're discussing today, for me, is not a new thing, because right after the comprehensive peace agreement, we had a bad start, and that bad start is to make what I call unknown wealth makers. We have the known wealth, but we started to make unknown wealth makers, and it was started by the SPLM. The first oil money given to the SPLM leaders to prepare the ground on the territory that they control, that is called the government of Southern Sudan, even before Dr. Garang died, unfortunately, let me say it, they started distributing the money among themselves as a reward for liberation. And that was the starting point of where the country went wrong up to now, and we have not recovered from that. As we progress, so many, because now easy money can be distributed, you become wealthy overnight with how unknown source of money, and most of it was oil money, because we had plenty of oil. 50% of oil in southern Sudan was a hell of money, actually, because coming from the bush where you rarely get just $50, and now you get 50 million just in a month. That was a shock to many of these leaders. And then it became normalized that you can distribute this oil money and nobody will account you for. So this is where South Sudan started to get it wrong. After Dr. John Garang died, then President Salva Kiir took over, plus the rest of the team. I could see they were uncomfortable to even stay in Khartoum. They will usually come to Juba because that's where the easy money is distributed. And in a shorter time, you could see how many of them have become millionaires. From the source was this oil in this. So that's where South Sudan went wrong. Even what we are reaping now, including the 2013 crisis, it was provoked by this easy money just distributed among the liberators and their allies. Even I could see people who were just, I don't know, you can call, they were hawkers, known hawkers. They are now millionaires. And it's really, you think that what type of economy is like this in all this? And this is what makes the country upside down when it comes to the economic issue. The other thing that came later, when we became independent, this idea of oil cargoes given, assigned to, give oil cargo for this, give oil cargo for this, give oil cargo for this. And it is discussed in the Council of Ministers, which is shared by the president and all the vice president, and they distribute oil cargoes for particular activities of the government. That was the second mistake South Sudan went to. And this is what we are reaping now. These oil cargoes became a taxing negativity to the economy, because somebody who is assigned oil cargo, there is no any procurement procedures for this. A lot of conflict of interest are involved in this. So it became a territory of corruption, including the roads. Construction of road was built on these oil cargoes, allocation to some companies, some individual, and all this. And let me be very, very honest with you. I am told that the person who brought the idea of the oil cargo was Vice President Taban Deng, because this idea was not with South Sudanese before, but he brought it and it became a problem that we have to deal with up to now. How do we get on with these oil cargoes? And the third thing is the type of the economy in South Sudan. Since the time we became independent, at least Sudan, they use Islamic economy, or there's something which is somehow we can tell and we can predict. But South Sudan, what type of economy really did we adopt? Up to now, some of us are very confused. Are we liberal economy? Are we socialist? Are we what? Nobody knows. Today is this, tomorrow is this, the other day is this. It's a real confusion. And within that confusion, the crooked one are the one who gains. And people who fear, their conscience are very clear, they become the losers in all this. But again, what keeps South Sudan surviving? Because actually people have never benefited from the government all along. From the liberation time, they didn't benefit from the government because they were regarded as rebel or sympathizers of rebel. From the independence, the people who took over, they became engaged with distribution of this oil money and all this. So that's why this thing does not really touch people very much. The only thing that affects people is what Dr. Kimo has just alluded to, and that is insecurity that create IDPs and it create refugees. A refugee and IDP, by definition in economy, is an idle person who is not productive. They depend on somebody who will come to help them. But even if they used to be productive, alas, that productivity has been paralyzed by the situation they found them in. So this is what many of South Sudanese have faced after that. Despite the fact that these people have divided the oil money, which does not trickle down to the people, yet they went and created insecurity in the country and destroyed the indigenous economic endeavors that our people used to live on. So that's why they became IDPs. They have to run to POCs, they have to run to the neighboring countries and stay idle there in all this. Now, a big number when you are told like 2 million, 3 million South Sudanese are IDPs and are refugees, that should be a worry to your economy, because these are factors of the economy. This labor, which become idle, then your economy is paralyzed because they're just waiting when will the security improve so that they go back to their activities, which they don't care whether there is a government or there is no government. They know how to create their own economy in an indigenous manner. So this became the most disadvantage that South Sudan is facing. And right now, the crisis in Sudan came and it found Juba unprepared. And this is what we are reaping. This oil pipeline, the easy money that the government was enjoying and does not care for the people, this is cutting down. So people are asking, how will this government survive? Because they have never been surviving on the people. They have been surviving on this, dividing this oil fund. Now this oil is closing down. How will they survive? This is what we're looking for. I'm not worried as a person who have been in the midst of this. I'm not worried about this oil shutdown by Sudan, because this is where now this government, these leaders who have divided these cargoes, this easy money, they will start to feel it now. That is not business as usual. The country is the people. The country is not the oil and all this. So the more this comes in, the more they will come to their senses. But what keeps me afraid is the issue IDPs and the issue of refugees. If a solution can be found for this, and then they become productive in their own, I don't think the government will misbehave again, because people will get back their power. And then they will not care whether there is a government or there is no government. It becomes like a Japanese case where you don't know whether tomorrow is another prime minister. You don't care. You just go on with your work, and that's it. This is the situation I'm looking for after the oil shutdown. And it could be, maybe it is a blessing in disguise which is coming, so that these people who have been really playing with this oil money without caring for the country, they will start coming back to their senses. And coupled with individual sanction, if the international community become very hard on them, even the money they really stole from the public corpus, and this money is frozen somewhere, then sooner they will come back and they become poor like the rest, despite all what they have accumulated. And if negotiation can be done with these international powers, and this money is collected and brought back to the coffers of the government, South Sudan can still pick up from this stolen money. It's not a big deal. There are experiences on that. So this is what I would like to come in. we don't need to theorize a lot. We just need to see, okay, this thing called oil now is getting to the nerves of those who have played around with it. So we as the people, what can we do? This is my concern. I'm not concerned about these people in the government or these leaders in the government. I'm concerned about what can we do about our people so that they can still go about their indigenous economic activities. And later, when a sensible government comes in, this is the time they can say, this is our government. And we can move on from there. I don't want to prolong. This is my intervention. Thank you very much.
And it was a brilliant one at that, Ambassador James. You were very open. And again, it's like an old man or old woman about to die. There's nothing you can hold back in terms of what you've learned and what you can pass to your children or your grandchildren or the society as a whole. And I think that's the level we as Junubin, because we have come a long way and we've really suffered, and our people continue to suffer. Even we in the charter is all about the people before anything is about the people. And there's enough resources in the country to give basic rights, basic social contract to the population. When Dr. Kimo mentioned earlier, only 2% was allocated to health. That's why our people are dying in the huge numbers. There's a lot of stuff that could be corrected, even if people still want to take 50%, but give 50% to the populace. And roads, as Dr. Deng said, basic services are if there's security in the country, we could all go and farm. Nobody really would be bothered about working for the government, as Dr. Kimo also said. The oil was not meant to be for anything other than to push the development. Yeah. So Dominic, can you just read thank you very much.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I?
Wait.
Can I get?
Okay. Okay.
Let me do the question and then.
Okay, Dr. Henry, Mr. Henry, just hold on one second. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so very much. Yeah. The question by Ayak is it runs as follows. It's a part of it. I would say there are some alternative revenue sources. However, they haven't been the size as the oil revenue. There is the revenue from the gold and other minerals going. Where is the revenue from the teak exploitation? Where are the funds borrowed from the World Bank over the years? What have they tangibly contributed to? In her statement, lastly, she said we need to be pragmatic. These are three questions embedded in one. I think it is there. But what I wanted to ask, is that these people should talk to is. I'm not hearing you, Nyieer.
And could you hold your question? Let that one be answered. Perhaps Mr. Henry can answer it. If he didn't have, if Mr. Henry, if you had something else, answer it. But let Deng answer this one. But you make your contribution, and then Dr. Deng will answer a Young's question, and then Dominic, you can come in. And also Gabriel had a question, which Dr. Kimo must answer hopefully after Deng speaks. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Henry.
Thank you again. I just want to bring us back to the concept of Dr. John when he clearly said when government has a weak people, the government would be a weak government. And that means, and if the government is weak, its people will be also weak. And this comes to developing a human capital. It's very important in this discussion, having a manpower around to explore all these identified resources, agriculture, mining and minerals, tourism, infrastructure development, and so on and so forth. It all ties down to developing a human capital, which is already in jeopardy. A lot of South Sudanese are in diaspora or refugees in their own country, and they don't have capacity to develop themselves. Therefore, the government is losing a lot of revenues on human. Here in Australia, I'll tell you one example, and in the constituency that I'm in now, if 5 people lost their job tonight or this morning, it will be over the news tomorrow. And MP that is in that particular constituency will not sleep. Will try to find a way to employ back to get a job. Not MP himself employing people, but making sure economy is running to get these people back to workforce. What does that mean? Citizens got power to control the government. It is opposite in South Sudan, the government controlling citizens. And come back to the last person who was, I forgot your name, Ambassador James, is that right?
James Okoga, yes.
Yes, Ambassador James. You also see being hard because of this politics. And I also ask, why did citizens accept to be driven by the government they don't benefit from? Okay. For example, if I emerge to be one of the ministers today, the first thing my community will celebrate my appointment. What does that mean to them? I will not bring anything to them, but just to enrich myself while celebrating my success in the government. That means citizens themselves are very weak, and they need us to tell them this is your power. You are also a resource to the government, and you encourage your government to make sure you are utilized, used at a human capital. And saying that is to citizen do agriculture, do farming, practicing small substance farming. And this is where the government will get taxes from. So the government is not seeing these important resources in the country. Instead of developing them, they go in the waste. So to advocate me, not from the government, a lot of policies are there, very brilliant policies are in the document there, but are not implemented for the reason why? Because if they are implemented, those policies will not allow those who are controlling resources now to get what they want. And that's the reason. So what do we do with this government? What can citizens do with this government? Not to overthrow the government, not to fight the government, but pull back. That's only one thing. Security. That they can practice their small economic in their own local communities. I went to Juba, found out people living in Juba and businesses, they don't have salaries. Where they get money from? People tend to be beggars. Comes to the point, people back home are on us in diaspora. Those who are lucky to have relatives in diaspora. Okay, and those who are not having relatives in diaspora, where do they go? I still ask and advocate for a government to provide security in the country so that citizens can pull out of looking into government as a source of Gouy, Dr. John said. A concept of government is seen as a source of money. So they go and grab money. So my fight, and I will continue to say, is need to encourage government to provide security communities, and our communities will pull out and farm in their localities, and they will produce food, and that food can be used for daily feeding, can be used for, and the government can tax them. Government will get resources from it instead of relying on oil. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for those great ideas, Mr. Henry. It's very important, as others have said, for this conversation to continue. It's a pity that you're going to bed and you're far, but I hope we're hoping many of you can put pen to paper and put some of these ideas across. These will be put together with the People's Charter and circulated. I don't think any of us should be naive to assume all of that we say will happen at night, but there has to be a way of us, if there's a consensus and we create that critical mass, we're not saying let's do away with the legacy of some people or the SPLA or anybody who has been a liberator, but it's about doing the right thing now, because surely we've been in a vicious circle in a way. Oil was shut down in 2012. It's being shut down again imminently, as it appears. And we're in this. Do we go through the same again, or do we learn from these lessons? And if we're to learn from these lessons, is one of the things is not to depend on oil or on a single commodity, but is to actually also acknowledge where we faulted, whether through misappropriation of funds or lack of policy making, or even prioritizing, as Dr. Deng and others have said earlier. So thank you for that, Henry. I think Dominic's question, Yak's question. Gabriel.
Just one second.
Yes.
The last speaker was saying the citizens are weak. I think you need to generate a discussion on this so that some of us will tell him that the citizens are not weak. It's just what I want to say.
But we know they're not weak. Again, there's no freedom of speech.
We need a discussion on that one time.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do that. We'll do that, Dictator. Thank you. I think Dr. Yak has gone, but she left a lovely question. So go ahead, Dr. Deng. Dr. Kimo will come back to you. Yeah, Dr. Deng.
Thank you, Nyieer. And Dr. James, I wanted to tell Henry that, citizens of South Sudan are not weak, and it's just that there's no space for them to express their views. There's no mechanism. I would like to, there was a question raised by Dr. Gabriel on whether we are safe from these global institution predatory behaviors as a country. Dr. Gabriel, are you there?
Yes, he is, yeah.
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. On a personal note, I wasn't an economist until a few years ago when I went to study public administration in the US. But generally speaking, stemming from my experience, I was in the UN before I came back to South Sudan in 2008 and did some work with the Ministry of Housing, then later Ministry of Roads and Bridges, where I became a director for roads, for projects. Then I left because nothing was working with the Road Authority. Part of what problems we have today, I must admit, must have come from the World Bank. Because when we established our country, we were told to establish a government on a free market economy basis. And I don't believe that, you can leave your house to freedom when you are actually not organized it. So part of the problems we have today was this idea of PMUs that were established in every ministry. They advise governments to not even take control of their own responsibilities. So procurement procedures were made so difficult that government did not even, at some points, was not able to control and procure its own goods. And that was before corruption found its way through. Corruption in South Sudan became pervasive so much after 2008, I must admit. Dr. James, I disagree with you on the fact that, you see, when people came from the bush, these guys started distributing money among themselves. I don't think so. I was a child soldier. I know these guys were very strict when it came to resources and even administration of resources. The problem came in when there was a transition in 2005. Then a group of people came in, and of course, before, there's always a learning curve in any process. So as President Salva was trying to take control, a lot of people came in, and the resources that were taken at that particular point in time, if you go back, those who actually aided the distribution of resources, like you know very well, Pagano was investigated at 30 million. He was directed to give it to someone. And that person was lobbied by a private individual who came to the president and brought an idea, if you read the report. And that was the first money that got lost. So ideally speaking, the Secretary General did not go and distribute the money. He was directed by the chairman. And if you go, who told the chairman? Chairman was lobbied by someone who came from the DC, an Arab guy, who you know. So all these things are subject to further investigation in the near future. To come to Dr. Yak's, so Dr. Loy, I believe the World Bank has a role in misleading us in some of the policies that we accepted in 2008 and 9 up to 2012. But then again, is because we did not have institutions also to take control of our own affairs. And when I was in the road sector, we had wanted to do what we call force accounts. Force accounts where you put up maintenance departments of the government, you buy machines and station them in different parts of the country. And then they'll be grading roads. Like after every 6 months, the roads are graded and compacted just to be accessible. But then the World Bank said, no, you have to work on what they call service contract basis. In South Sudan, do we have contractors that are able to perform services and then you come and pay them later? We do not have them in the market. And the Minister of Finance did not have the mechanism to pay them on time. So the whole road sector was killed because the World Bank gave us wrong pieces of advice and we actually accepted it. The same thing I believe, even if Dr. Kimo said earlier on the issue of allowing the currency rates to go according to the market demand, I don't think that was the right decision, because in an economy that is so narrow-based, you have to be in control of how you fund. You have to control the market. There has to be price control. You have to be tightly in control of the market forces, the way it is happening in Ethiopia. We allowed our economy to be free when we were not in charge of anything. We did not have levers to control when it would get out of hand. So everything now has gone out of hand. We do not know how to get it back. So I tend to think IMF actually had a hand in that. So we are not really safe from predatory behavior of global institutions because our circumstances were different. When we started, we should have started with very strong government in control of things and then slowly liberalize the market where our citizens are able to respond to certain level of competition. But we allowed the market to be too free when our citizens were not in a position to compete. That is my position. That is my opinion on the global institutions. Coming to Dr. Ayak's questions, these are very valuable questions, and I think they are the questions we should have asked ourselves. To be honest, guys, I think we are in a catch-22 situation. We know that there are things we cannot do as citizens on our own. They must be done by the government. But we also know that the government has no capacity to do, or has no capacity or even the goodwill to do them. So we are in a situation where we talk of insecurity being an issue that inhibits production of the countryside, and we expect the government to administer this. But I don't even know that I'm not even sure that we are aware that the government is even willing to stabilize the countryside. It could be a state capture strategy, because by having a weak population, then the government is able to take advantage of citizens, and they get the dollar and distribute among themselves, and then allow citizens to continue to suffer. However, we have to continue debating, and at a very small level, as we do, some small actions can make a difference. So Dr. Ayak, by saying, okay, we have other sources of revenue. Yes, we have gold, I mentioned it earlier on, and other minerals. We have even teak. But we must have also realized that for oil to be a national asset, we found it already contracted in Khartoum. It was flowing. The only thing that we did was just to inherit the process. We never added anything. The only thing we did in 2009 was to chase a company that was drilling oil from Bor area. We was to build a pipeline to Mombasa on directive from Khartoum. And the idea of White Nile at that particular point in time was to have an alternative pipeline, because we knew that our post-referendum issues in Sudan would have led to war, and they could lead to war. And there was a need for economic independence. So for us, we put ourselves in the situation we are in today, because if we had opened this pipeline to the south through Kenya, we were by then being led by people like Gouy. You came up to Kapoita in 2004 when I was doing attachment with GTZ. We would be safer right now. But of course, the guys in Khartoum are not sleeping. They knew what they wanted, and they wanted to make sure that they disable us in every aspect of freedom, so that we fall back to them. So yes, the other revenues, we have never put any effort in place to put in structural framework in place, or some sort of institutional resemblance to manage our own affairs. We have never done it. And that's why whatever resources that are available are only available for individuals who pose as if they are government authority, but they just go there to use them for personal gains. But then there is no framework to hold them in place, because there is no predictable institutional framework in place to say, if you do this, it is wrong. If you do this, is right. So you just wake up, go and get a kilo of gold in Capoeira, bring it to Kenya, sell it. No taxes, no one asks you how you got it. Even the rights of those, the extractors that are the local people that actually got this gold out of the mines, how much they are paid, there is no protection. This is how far we are off. So let's agree that as we speak, we are in a bad state of affairs, and that's why we are debating here. Such questions would only be answered if we have policies in place. So yes, we are not weak. We might have to speak in a way that does not look political, to tell the government, look here, things can, you can remain with your power, but if you can do this, you will survive. And this is why this closure of oil might be a blessing in disguise, because it might make them do think and listen. So that is to answer Dr. Ayaga. I don't think there's much to say in terms of the donor funding. Most of the contracts that are signed by our government, the absorption rate is very low because we do not have vibrant or robust institutions to administer tedious procedures of the World Bank or the IMF or the African Development Bank. To administer such projects requires institutions that are responsive to such procedures. We do not have them. I coordinated one project, Juba Capoeira Road, that was studied, designed by African Development Bank funds. And yes, they had to do it literally. Our job was to review documents, but then they had to take only 2 people to do so. And we really struggled. At the end of the day, they could not open an account in the country because we do not have institutions that are financially responsive. They could not be audited. All these are issues that we are dealing with. World Bank can open an account with the government. Road Authority, which is supposed to open an account in a private bank that is audited, that can be audited by donors, cannot be allowed by the same government to do so. So the moment your institutions cannot be audited by donors, then donors can never entrust you with their money. And the moment the donors administer your funding, most of it goes back. So it is a whole thing, it's a catch-22 situation. I think I sound as if I'm lamenting, but I just wanted to answer those questions. Yes. How negative I might sound, but yes, that is what the situation is. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And I don't think you're too negative. I think some of these are realities, and later we will ask questions along the lines of how do we correct these mistakes, and if there is an endemic problem, what is it? Is it a cultural thing? Is it poverty that has blinded us or made us forget our values? Because where are our values in all of this? Because our people were historically very upright people. Again, we know politics, we know regional politics, global politics is all about exploitation. But as you said earlier, neoliberal policies should have never really been taken on board, and we needed to tighten our waist like Afrawaki did for several years to try and roll out, what they call the Millennium Goals. He actually met a lot of those, but by call it a dictatorship, but it was about services, education, is about looking after the citizens. And he made sure liberators were not paid for many years in order to continue the same spirit and that sense of urgency as liberators, so that at least we reach a certain level. Yes, he has restricting civic space, and he really runs the country like his own. He also had his D10 that he liquidated some of them. Plus, and he's is not an ideal, but we can borrow here and there and everywhere. Kagame turned the country around. How did he do that? We need to look at all these things. Corruption is non-existent in Rwanda, and surely they've anchored all of this on their values. Where are our values in all of this, if we're to learn anything? Over to you, Dominic, for that question, and Kimo wants to come in. Kimo,
Yeah,
do you want...
I just wanted, Nyieer,
go ahead.
I really want to go. I will turn my what I supposed to cast. I will embed it in the.
No, just ask.
No, I need to
Dr.
go.
Kimo.
Okay, then, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
ask your teacher. Ask your teacher.
No, I have to because. Man.
So sorry, my brother.
Yeah.
Sacrifice it. No, ask it quickly, and then he can respond because he's waiting.
No, I was just that was it was just a normal thing because I wanted him to talk about, because part of the problem that resulted into this misappropriation of funds is in certain strategic areas. For example, the military. This is where also a lot of our, money goes. The areas of corruption is actually in these areas. This is some of the things that I wanted to. But I have a lot of stuff here that I was supposed to be talking. But anyway, we'll catch up next time, and we will discuss these things because there are always a lot of such forums. Because I don't have really, I cannot stay until the end of the meeting, so that we can be able to come and do our.
No, if you have five minutes, just go ahead and throw them out there quickly because we feel bad.
What I wanted to tell you people is that the government is borrowing money, even from the oil companies. These are some of the things that people don't pay attention to it. The presidency is borrowing. The Minister of Petroleum is borrowing. The Minister of Finance is borrowing. And even the Bank of South Sudan is borrowing. And they are borrowing from these Exim banks. They are borrowing from these traders. They are borrowing even against futuristic oil productions. And this is an area where, it will be very discouraging to some of us who are saying, well, probably the shutdown of the oil, facility around pump 5 and 4, pump station 5 and 4, and the gelling of the crude will affect the wallets of these guys. That is not going to happen because, like you have heard from Agag, they have already borrowed until 2027. And that borrowing will continue to go so long there is a legitimate government. And that is just how the EPSAs, were being designed. The move of the Minister of Petroleum, the Nile Pet to the presidency, it is also another areas of a recipe of a disaster where Nile Pet became one of the arms of I know Nile Pet is 100% owned by the government, and so it's a direct government participation. However, it is the competence of the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining to manage this Nile Pet alongside the other operating companies and alongside the EPSA. But for you to take this sector to the the office of the president has opened up the avenues for these wolves that is there to feast on the revenues that is coming from Nile Pet. And that is why you find these issues where, the managing directors of Nile Pet are changed, like the Minister of Finance. And the borrowing of Nile Pet is actually exceeding, whatever their shares emanating from their participations in those operations. These were some of the things that we have discussed, when we were doing the petroleum revenue management bill. And this is when we were doing the petroleum policies. And this is when we were doing the petroleum law, because these were critical sectors. And I know at the end of the day, whatever volumes of oil you are talking about, it has to be tantamount into revenues. So what is it that we are supposed to be doing with these revenues? A lot of you have spoken about it. But I wanted to leave with this information that I was one of the people that was tasked with the what you call investigations of the assets of White Nile and Ashcom that is operating in the areas of Born and Maluala Gorbad. So we did our investigation. We went to Nairobi, we went to London, and we went to you remember the day we came and met you in London, Nyieer? This is the time in 2010. This is when we came for the investigations of the assets of that company. And we went up to France because this area is licensed to Total from 1975. So what we came and discovered, and that goes to the answering of, and I agree with Dr. Okuki, because the people of the SPLA used to, borrow money from this company up front, even without, finding the oil. And they have licensed this money using what is called the licensing fee. And the licensing fee is in the order of $10 million US. And all along, this is the money that is, sustaining these people. And so the Jalaba did not want to wish us bad, but it is the CPA that dictated that you have to respect all the oil contracts that were done previously before the war could even erupted. And Total used to pay rental fees around these areas. And I think it was on the basis of this that they had to stop the oil activities of whether White Nile or Ascom or any of these other companies. For example, the one of Star Petroleum. And we did redivide the blocks of these areas. So the money that the leaders of the SPLA, and this is perhaps some of the things that the people who are in the Red Army don't know it, because they will come and say, no, I was part of the Red Army. But some of these are done by your commanders that you don't even know. You don't even have an idea. But because we were tasked with this, we have to really force these people to give us. And by then, this president was in support of the idea of the fact that, the audit has to be done. Why? Because Umar Bashir was on his neck. And we were able to see into these files. And we were saying, if you don't give us these files that are so very sensitive, then you are not going to get compensation, because part of the degree of the Oil Commission is that these companies has to be compensated. So they didn't have the choice other than to avail to us, all the documents and the monies that they have even given. So our people have used to these corruptions from even the time when they were in the civil authority of the New Sudan. Charles offers it to themselves when they have this money. I was in the Ministry of Petroleum Mining all along from 2006 until I got out in 2015. That will be another talk of another day because I still have 5 minutes. So when we are coming to discuss, such things, we are mindful of the state of affairs of our country. Perhaps, maybe, what we need to do in the future is to go for a strategic, conferences for development of our country. And this is where we will now sit down and sectorially plan for South Sudan. Let the economists sit among themselves with the geologists and the geoscientists and the subsurface scientists will sit and critically think about how we should be able to increase our productions. And the oil miners and the mining engineers will also do the same. Let the people in the health, and then we will come. But that will not happen unless we have a change in this regime, because our current problems and most of the problems of Africa and most of the other countries has been always the issue of leadership. We are failing because we have a leadership in the hell that touches with the realities of what development is for our people, And then the discussion that is now centered around our people is, what is it that we are doing, to be abused by these few people in a bit, for us to succumb to all this, because they think they are the liberators and they are the traditional and the historical leaders of the SPLM. This is where we need to sit and answer questions as people of South Sudan. But for the rest, I agree with everything that people have said it here. Even the issue of this revenue and non-oil revenue, but we have seen it. Because you need, in this material time, you need the money. Where are the people getting the money? If you started taxing or multiply taxing goods that are coming from the border or from abroad, but these leaders are not stupid. Whatever you tax them, they are going to add it on top of what they wanted to sell. And at the end of the day, it is your people that are going to bear the brunt of this rise in economy. So it is not juju. People have to critically think about it. And this is where the power of knowledge comes into our play. So thank you very much. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Kimo. I'm coming. Dominic, thank you for that insightful information. There's a rumor that flies around often that we're not producing 190,000 daily, as we're told, but that sometimes we have been forced by the producers, the oil producers, to even hide certain figures. Would that be true, and that the production is way higher?
You know, one of the things that it is true, one of the things that happened from the day one when we assumed the management of the oil was the issue of the metering. We're supposed to know from a wellhead, by the time you are getting the liquids out of the Christmas tree. When I say the liquid, I mean oil, gas, and water. We are supposed to have a multi-phase meter. There is a multi-phase meter. From different wells to a different oil gathering manifold, what is called the OEGM, and from all these OEGM, so that we can be able to know the contribution by a well and by a field. So that at the end of the day, you can, by the time it reaches the central processing facilities, you already know. But most of the metering are not working. The only meter that was working is past Jebelain, almost going to Pump Station 1. One of these Jalaba, and I was talking with them because we are in the management. And the guy, I was so very good. When he comes, I talk with him, he has his issues. And he told me the secrets that were happening there. Dominic, these Chinese will screw you people like no any other business. I say, how? He said, most of the pump stations, the metering around the fields are not working. And I can assure you up to date, we haven't even done an audit. Whether this is a financial audit or an environmental audit of our oil fields. We haven't done that. Dr. Kimo was talking about the actual, what is the budget, the budget that is allocated and the actuals that has been expended. In the oil business, it is the same. We have what is called the DTR, Development Technical Review Meetings, and we have the Exploration Technical Review Meetings. In those meetings, it is where we generate the whole, budget for that particular, fiscal year for the activities. In that fiscal year, you will be contracting services and you will be contracting goods. What is supposed to be happening is that we need to have auditors. By the time, after 3 or 4 months of a contractual life cycle, you must go and follow this money so that whatever is being spent as actuals, you know it, and what is not spent as actuals, you have to bring it back to the coffers of the government, because this is where cost control engineers do, but it is not happening. Our people are so very comfortable with the easy money. And the irony is that they are rejecting any other kind of suggestions from the people on the pretext that they've been convinced that if you do 1, 2, and 3, it will alter the production. And they will be convinced that, production, once it stops, the life of the nation is going to stop. Now, it is stopping. But even before, in 2012, we went and closed the oil. I was one of the team leaders that flew to Unity State, but around the Tarjas area, Bantu, around the Tarjas area. Another group went to Unity. We did these things, but of course we have to technically, close this oil so that we don't encounter gelling and such kind of, so that by the time we run the wells, we can just produce. It happens, So our people shouldn't be bothered by this, but the truth of the matter is that the current leadership that is in the helm must be out of this by all means, so that we can be able to talk about, you know, real structural reforms, whether this is in our politics, or this is in our economy, or this is in our education, or this is in our health, for that matter. I think I'll stop here, you know.
Yeah, we'll come to Kimo. I had a lot of questions, but we will leave it. Even the gas, why are we not producing the gas? Because it looks like it's just being blown away, which is another issue. But Dr. Kimo, over to you.
Yeah. This is another issue.
Yeah. Thank you, Dominic.
Okay,
yeah. Dr. Kimo, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just trying to respond to what Gabriel Loy was asking, and he said, putting the political will aside, what else can we do? And I just wanted to crack a joke, maybe. All right, there is this lady, Nigerian comedian. Somebody was asking her, in life, what else do you want if I put the money aside? And she said, the money you put aside. So which means there is no way, Gabriel, without the political will, right? All what we have been talking is thinking around. Just 1 second. Then let me just react to the role of these Bretton Woods financial institutions, right? And I can give an example of this forum, right? You have your charter, you have your terms and conditions, right? And before I become a member, I have to go through these terms and conditions, and I agree or disagree, right? If I'm convinced and I agree, I become a member, which means I have to be obliged by all the terms and conditions stipulated by the charter or the terms and agreement. And I think the same thing applies to these institutions. Okay, when South Sudan applied to join those institutions, they were given those terms and conditions and all these requirements, and the country agreed. So there is no way you can come and blame these institutions, because if you are not ready, and this is what we are struggling now, even with East Africa community, right? We want to be part of the community, want to enjoy the benefits of being part of that community, but we don't want to comply with the provisions of the terms and the agreement of the treaty. This is our dilemma, right? And I can tell you the main role of this institution. For example, the World Bank focuses mainly working, supporting, advising the Minister of Finance and involved in developmental activities. For the IMF, it focuses its activities with the monetary authority, which is the central bank. On top of that, they have another arm, they call it the IFC. The IFC deals mainly with the private sector, right? So they always, before they start their activity, they have what they call country engagement note or country engagement activities. An agreement. So in that agreement, you will agree on the projects that you would want to be implemented, right? For example, if in the note you agree on working on agriculture, you have two options, and this is another role also of this institute. Like they assess the health of your economy. Like a country like South Sudan, before the war, by the way, we were projected to become a middle-income country by 2015, if not because of the war, because of the level of progress that we have shown, the GDP and all that. Okay, but this was interrupted by the war. If you become a middle-income country, then on your own, you don't need recommendation from this. You can access the financial market, and then you borrow based on those terms. But since you are not at that level, since the policy environment will not allow you to go freely and borrow, then you have to compete for what they call IDA, the International Development Association, for example. This is a pool of resources, and based on your performance in terms of policy, there will be rating, and then the rating will determine how much you are getting. And I remember some of the advices that were given, because sometimes they anticipate, given the environment, they can anticipate issues that could be arising and then will affect the economy. One of the suggestions they made is that the Minister of Finance has to establish a single account where all the money for the Minister of Finance is deposited in one account, rather than having multiple accounts. That will allow the minister to have a better understanding of how much is available, and this will help in budgeting. The same thing with the borrowing, okay, that someone was talking about. They were advised to have what they call the debit management unit, and the borrowing has to be centralized. But now in the context of South Sudan, many institutions can borrow, even without the knowledge, even without approval, because there are certain criteria to be applied, certain approvals that you require, including, for example, sometimes approval from the Legislative Assembly or even endorsement by the President. And another support, even someone was talking about the 75 letters that were issued, right? That was a collaboration between the government and a certain team, they call it the STAR, okay, which is specialized in what they call stolen assets and recovery. These are the people who were able to track the 4 billion and identify possible people who might have been involved. And this is where the list of the 75 people came. Another issue also, because I hear people talk about the Juba-Nadibar road. Okay, this is one of the projects that was suggested, and unfortunately, during Agri-TISA, work was very well progressing because it has so many advantages. First of all, it reduces the time, the cost, because now when we import, the imports come through Kenya, for example, and they have to pass through Uganda. Okay, and this takes a lot of time, a lot of operating cost, even for the vehicles that are traveling. But the Nadibal, which is supposed to be going to the new port in Lamu, is shorter, and it has a fiber optic component, all right, that will facilitate or improve the communication in the country and make it more efficient and more effective and cheaper. But that project was also sabotaged by the government. And in the end, they have nothing, because this is your money, and you know your priorities. If that road is not a priority, then it's not a priority, okay? So even like what I was saying earlier, there are some spending, okay? Part of the oil money, which is supposed to be the share of the government, that are allocated out of budget, right? And nobody knows about them, right? And I remember from 2005 up to, I think, prior to independence in 2011, the National Auditor Chamber conducted audit for all the government institutions, right? And he revealed a lot of issues about corruption, misappropriation of funds. But was there any action taken? Because even some of the ministers, sometimes they are summoned by this Public Accounts Committee, they don't turn up. Okay, they don't turn up for those meetings. And I remember there was also an audit conducted for the Bank of South Sudan, okay, after independence. And because of lack of capacity, the auditor had to outsource this service and employ another company from outside. I don't want to name it, I know it. Okay, they conducted the audit, but the report could not be reviewed by the legislator by that time, which was the Public Accounts Committee. So to me, it's very important for us, if we want to move ahead, first of all, we have to acknowledge that there are mistakes that we have committed, and we have to take responsibility for our action or inaction. To me, this is how we can move ahead. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kimo. Both Mr. Dr. Deng and Mr. Henry left, but we're so glad Mr. Morris is back. He's being pushed a bit for time. We are also very grateful that you've been with us. We want to conclude now because you've really stayed for long and we've kept you all in one place. I think in summary, and Kush will come in shortly as well. In summary, we see that a lot of we have all the problems, all the problems, we know what they are. We even have the solutions. But the question, as many of you have said, or the answer in a way, is that there's a lack of political will. There's a lack of agreement among the politicians on prioritizing maybe the country, and also, you know, to do justice to their own legacies and to our population, our people as a whole. So now, what prevents these? One may argue that maybe along the line of liberation, we got damage in the process. Maybe that the internal feuds among our liberators are so endemic and so deep that they cannot be resolved, that the stakes as far as politics and resources and goods of the state are concerned overrides everything. But surely there has to be accountability. There was a country, there has been a country, there's been a struggle. There is a people that whoever rules owes something to them, owes a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility. The country is endowed with resources as well, that there's enough for everybody. There's enough to build a country. The more you build it, the more you can produce. As you rightly said, Dr. Kimo, it could have been a middle income country years ago, and it could still be in a few years if we get our house in order. Now, with all the able people, you guys among them, what could really deny us and prevent a sense of dialogue? We all know these leaders of ours. We know, and from other people's experiences, how countries were turned around. We know what might have been missing, or the sense of lack of consensus, maybe, or conflicts here and there, whatever the reasons. To what extent can these things be turned around and literally restore faith in our leaders, the leaders themselves delivering the services that they've promised, finishing the liberation process, because you have to nation build. This country has to be built with strong institutions, with viability, protected from within as well as externally, more so externally. Today, as we're talking our national interests, or you said earlier, is no longer a case of risk, is actually it's a national security risk, if one could put it that way, that our survival is at stake. Our very integral borders are questionable, because if on the south of us, people are encroaching, in the north of us, there's massive insecurity and a huge influx of arms and God knows what. There's a lot of issues. So the question really, and perhaps Maurice can come in, we want to hear your conclusion, Maurice, but maybe touch upon some of these things. How do we restore faith in our leadership? How do we build those institutions? How do we hear the society and what they want, as many have said? And thank you, Dr. James. Our society are not fools. They're actually a very conscious society, but we're very tolerant. But for how long will we suffer? And when will change come? When will these promises come? When will we stop the violence, the insecurity, the pillage, and all these things that are affecting us? Yeah. Thank you. Maurice, over to you. And Kush, you'll come in after this.
Thank you so much, Justin, for that. And I thank everyone for the fruitful contribution. We must acknowledge that a social contract has been severely broken between the people of South Sudan and their government. We must also acknowledge that South Sudanese politicians are some of the luckiest in the world, because they lead a population that is resilient and so patient and understanding, and also a population that might not have been so used to a better way of life before the independence of the country. And so we've been patient enough. We've supported our politicians and the leadership in ways that can be unimaginable for other countries. And this should not be taken for granted. The leadership and the politicians should not take the patients of South Sudanese for granted. First of all, it's reached a point where our respect and dignity as a nation is also disrespected by some of the people that are obliged to also do so. International community, for example, when you see the things that happen in the country, we have been with the Revenue Authority, with some of these international organizations. For example, we have a SOFA agreements with the UNIMIS, and there are incidences where people working for these institutions, do business illegally to the detriment of South Sudanese. We have situations where, for example, some of these international organizations take advantage of the exemptions, statutory exemptions that are given, and people working for these organizations import huge amounts of commodities and take them to the market. They have people working for the organizations. They have dealers in the market. The same thing with the government. One time I said, if you call a meeting of the black market actors and policymakers today in a given boardroom, one of this group might not show up because they are the same people. So we have a situation where people in the market or in the black market specifically are the same people that make policies for the country. Then how effective can that policy be? So we must acknowledge that a system somewhere has been broken, and we must go back and find ways to fix it. You find a situation where everyone is complaining, from the politicians to the leadership. Everyone is complaining, and there is a general consensus that things are actually wrong. So where do we begin? We must really take a step back and deal with the basics. One of them is to really start thinking about the sacrifices that have been made by the people that came before us, so that we become a nation, and respect the promises that were made, the things that were to be delivered once our country become independent. We blamed the Jalaba for too long, and when it was our time to deliver to the people, we did the same things that they did. So really, we must build a consensus around political issues. We must build consensus around giving South Sudanese the power to really select or elect people that can be able to deliver to the best interest of South Sudanese, and these parties, whether they are mainstream SPLM or any other party in opposition, or any other group, must really act with the sense of giving the best to the South Sudanese. So I believe building political consensus will mean agreeing on issues of us really electing people that we feel will represent us. Coming back to our economic issues, the current leadership must really find an alternative, as I said earlier, to mobilize revenues away from the oil, and a critical focus must be put on non-oil revenues. There is a huge potential, as I said earlier, so that while we struggle to provide basic services to our people, we have a source that is sustainable enough to be able to provide at least something for the rural communities that are struggling. So yeah, I believe building political consensus is key. Number two, utilizing our potential, the resource potential that we have, be it non-oil or be it other sources that we have not yet identified, is key. Thirdly, we must put the right people in place, give professionals a chance to perform and give their best in delivering services to the South Sudanese people. Yeah, thank you, Justin.
Oh, thank you so much, my brother Maurice. It warms my heart when you talk like that, because it's about the people, and many generations sacrificed for us, and we must equally sacrifice for future generations. And it starts here, that yes, we have a country. What next? A lot has been done, yes, but more could have been done, and there's a lot of resources. Yeah, thank you so much. Kush, over to you. Then Ida, you'll come in next. Kush, and welcome Atong. Lovely to see you. Welcome Rashid Ali. Yeah, go ahead, Kush.
Yes, thank you all. A special thanks to Dr. Kimo for enlightening us and giving us a lot of insights about the issue of the economy and of some potential solutions. We do have a problem. Everybody agree that the whole economy is being based on just only one source of revenue, which is the oil. And you really don't need to study economy to know that this is a bad move. The old adage that goes, you can't put all your basket you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Anybody know that, and so I don't know why our government officials in the country don't get it, that you can't put, even them, a lot of them are not putting all their investment, all the money that they've been, taking from the government or stealing, if you wanted to be radical or say the truth. They don't put it all in one account. They diversified those money that they take from the country. They put it in Nairobi, in Kenya, in US, and Australia. It's why? It's because if one thing goes bad, you do have something to fall on it. So I don't understand why they can implement the same concept that you can't just rely on the oil's revenue. And really the situation in Sudan right now have really putting us in a corner, and the country's been back in a corner. We have to face, you have to face these problems head on, otherwise you will perish. And really this thing, if we can learn from this and get out of it, then there's no need for us to really be even call ourselves a country. A lot of countries, when they put it in the corner, this is the time that they put all the best and brilliant mind to get out of these situations. The Americans have done it, the Dutch have done it with the Dutch disease, and some other countries, they become stronger. They become stronger and innovative, and move in towards inventing and coming out with new, better ideas of how to move forward, and this is make them stronger. So really, for us, really, the idea of putting all our eggs in one basket, this is something now we know. It's something that needs to be tackled on, and tackle how. It is obvious that we do need to diversify it and have different source of revenue. And even just the idea of just taking the crude oil, ship it out, and then import it back in terms of gasoline and all other oil products, you are not using this product to the maximum. You do need to have refinery in your own country to be able to meet your needs of the citizens. There is no need for to be having these huge oils, and yet people are standing in line for gas, and the gasoline or petrol that they call it is very expensive. So this thing we need to have refineries
to be able to use these crude oils and to be able to meet the demand of the country and all the surrounding countries. You know, a lot of surrounding countries, they do not have crude oil like us. So we should be able to refine it and sending it to the Kenyan and Ugandan and the Chadian and the Ethiopian and all the neighboring countries. You know, even if in tankers, if we just send them all these refined oils, that would be a really great source of revenue, and you don't have to rely on the Sudan, because the Sudan is going to blackmailing you because you only have one source of taking the oil through Sudan. And when you have refineries, you know, there is a mustaqat al-petrol, you know, like asphalt, zivit, all those things that it could be used in paving surfaces, in using some in a lot of things. So you're creating more industries and you're creating more work for the local economy. And with using this, you know, a lot of people have mentioned that the infrastructure developments and agriculture, this absolutely, those things do go hand in hand as a way to replace or supplement the oil revenue. You know, we talked last week or 2 weeks ago about the importance of agriculture, you know, as a way that we could be able to be able to add a very substantial revenue into our economy. You know, we'll be solving the issue of hunger. We could be able to export and having a really very decent livings. You know, we talked about the Dutch a few weeks ago, that the Dutch, the agriculture is only 1% of their GDP, and that 1% is 120 something billion. Imagine that. This is like 10 times of our GDP. So agriculture and infrastructure, that's something really that we do need to focus on it, and to be able to have a viable economy. And of course, we can have agriculture and development without educating the workforce. So our workforce, really, we do need to educate them, and using the way that building technical colleges and institute and madaris sanaya زي ما بيقولوا في Sudan, or community college as in US or in Germans. They're very innovative in terms of educating the workforce. You don't have to go for a 4 years degree. You could learn some trades that in 2 years or even in 1 year to get a certificate that focus on one aspect, and you become electricians or a plumber or nijara carpentry, and you could be making or a assistant nurse. So this is something really nursing. So those are investment that the country does need to have in every state or major city. We should have a technical college or a technical institute that teaching critical skills. And for us, really circle back into the issue of agriculture, our people have really been sensitized with the dependent on the UN and the free foods and everything that has been handing out to us. And we don't think about a week or 2 weeks, we're just thinking about right now. So for the idea to go farming and taking 4 months to wait for crops and doing all those things, if our people are really lost connection with agriculture, all you could just do is to solicit foreign investment, foreign direct investment. If you say that, hey, I do have 1,000 acres of farmlands, it's less than 1 mile from the Niles. You put it out for bid for 99 years lease. You will be astonished how many countries will be bidding to come in to develop this. And you're putting in that, hey, you do need to work. You do need to provide local work. All the employment, 70% of the employment need to be from the local. And this is a lease for X 99 years. And the revenue that 60%, 40% or something like that. And let's the Dutch come in, or the Emirates, or all those people from a different, who are really do need this kind of a fertile land and invest it for you. And all you could just do is getting the revenue, and you employing local workforce. So foreign investment, we do need to solicit it, but in a way that we're protecting the integrity of land. We could not just sell land away to foreigners, or you could not just do like the Chinese. You give them a land and the refineries, and they're bringing all Chinese work laborers, and then the deals are being done behind the doors. Nobody knows what is there, so everything do need to be transparent and open, and to the benefits of the local populations. and of issue of reforms, this is very critical. We couldn't do all these things without having a really a hands-on reforms. That tax revenue, we do need to know where is the tax revenue goes. We do need to have a comprehensive reforms and root out corruptions. This is another element. Otherwise, all these things you do, it will just go to waste. And the last thing I wanted to mention is the renewable energy. World is moving toward the renewable energies, and having solar and wind and biofuels. And our countries, there is a lot of places that we could be able to produce hydropower. We are giving money to the Ugandans to be able to produce, and trying to giving us the energy, or the Ethiopians. We do have all these critical, some really watersheds that are having a potential of producing hydropower. We have sun that is burning people. Let's just put some solar power and produce solar energy power to power all our houses. So it's for us, really, we don't need to wait. A lot of people in South Sudan having iPhone 15 and 16, or I don't know what is the current. I'm still using 7, but what is the current, the new technology? But people are jumping right to the new technology. You don't want it to start. We didn't start like, oh, we're a new nation. We're going to start with Telegram. We're going to start with those kind of old phone, and then we will move on to the iPhone 16 in 20 years. We jump right away to the technology. So the same thing, we do need to start in terms of renewable energy. We do need to jump ahead and using those technology, the solar panel, the winds, and the hydro, and empower our economy. So really, to just summarize, we do need to have a diversified economy. We can't put all our eggs in one basket, and we do need to have a very viable agriculture, and agriculture will entice infrastructure development such as roads and other businesses that will come with it. And we do need to educate our workforce by having technical colleges, or model schools, as we used to call it in Juba, role model schools. And we do need to have entice foreign investment to be able to come in and develop some of the land that we do not want, by making sure that the citizens, the local people, are given the priority in employment, and some of the revenue go back to them. And the idea of having reforms all sector of life, and to be able to root out corruptions, and having a broader base for tax revenue generations. So those are just really my just to add on into, a lot of people have echoed the same similar ideas, but I just wanted to emphasize on this. So thank you. And it's been a very wonderful contribution, discussion.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for those the amazing contribution there. Ida, I'm eager to finish in the next 10 minutes. Ida, come in, please.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, sorry to capture you. Hi.
No problem at all. I wanted to say how much I've enjoyed listening. I've only been on 2 of your Zoom calls, and this is my second one. And I've been so amazed at the things that people have had to say on both of them. And I want to encourage you all that maybe you should be thinking of, you record your sessions, maybe you should be thinking of putting them on YouTube, because I'll tell you why. There's a group that last year, we put our recordings on YouTube. I'm in a few groups, and this one we put on YouTube. At the time, I was thinking, no, you're exposing everybody, you're this, you're that, maybe we shouldn't be, we should maybe be keeping our recordings and maybe looking back at, but it was decided, no, it would go on YouTube. And it has made such a difference to the group. The amount of people who've come from all over the world who either maybe might listen to the YouTube or might actually come and participate in our group sessions. It's been amazing. So I would encourage you that you should think of that, because I see that on one of the groups I'm on, when I hear about South Sudan, I just hear about war. Whereas this group, I hear about things that are going on and I think, wow, who would have known that? Who would have known that South Sudan is not all about war, and that there's a lot of progress, there's a lot of things happening. And I think, the world sort of does need to know. And the other thing I was going to say is that, can I remember it? I just want
sorry,
to.
we kept you so long. We kept you waiting for so long.
I focus on the most important thing, which is what I wanted to say about you all going on YouTube. If you can, because you've all been so. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to say. The other group that went on YouTube, we're all about trying to unite Africa. And I think a lot of the things I've heard in the last two group sessions that I've been on with you is things that all of Africa is suffering. It's not just South Sudan. These are things that go right across the board. And therefore, I think it would be important for you all to just consider opening this up to others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to let my colleague and friend James contribute. James, you have 4 minutes, and then we round up and give our guest of honor here, Dr. Kimo, the last few words. But we also want to interact, so either do stay, because as Africans there are, as you rightly said, there are common threads here and there that we could address. Yeah, go ahead, James. Respond to either, and then make your contribution before we unless Yan and Atong also want to come in, iPhone, but we also want to hear from Dr. James before we conclude. Yeah, so go ahead.
Hello, brother Nyieer. Can you hear me clearly?
Hear you. We can hear you.
All right. Sorry about that. I joined late. I don't really have much to say other than to say hello to everybody on the podium. I joined when Dr. Kimo was talking, and then Kush followed, and I'm very pleased with what I have heard so far. I don't have really much to say other than if somebody, our brilliant economist talked about entrepreneurship. I know this is something down the line because our country is going, through so much, and but I think it's very important. It has been, so much about entrepreneurship when it comes to developing and emerging economies. Entrepreneurship can play a big role. So I was just wondering if our economists can say something about that. So I wish I would have been here a little bit earlier. And with that, I'll mute my mic.
Thank you, James. We understand family commitments, and well done for looking after those girls of ours, and the family. Yeah, I think a lot has been said, and probably people are a bit tired, and they've been here for so long, and we need to release them. We normally conclude on on a positive note. I have two suggestions. One was one of the things obviously we need a solution, really. We need a political solution, Ambassador James, and I know you have a solution. I know Kimo has an economic solution, probably a political solution. But we need to find a way out of this quagmire that, for instance, the contestation of power, succession, are bound to be issues again and again and again. Building institutions, the relationship between citizens and the government, the ability to have a country that is stable, a growing economy, all the things that we expect. But these are being hindered, these are being delayed. There's a problem, there's a bottleneck somewhere. That bottleneck, how do we get out of it? Is one. And then to conclude, we want on a positive note for, one of the things, we don't really appreciate each other. So we want to appreciate each other. I want any of us here to pick on anyone and just celebrate them, appreciate them, even somebody who has left, because this is being recorded. Let us just acknowledge one another as a positive cultural trait that in many of us on Nilotics, we don't like to talk to somebody positively in front of them, but we talk behind their back and they get to hear it through others. So and so said something good about you. But it's also important in a modern sense to, for instance, the minds that are here, it's us to celebrate them and acknowledge them, the time that they've given. This is a kindness, the tolerance and ability to hear each other. And so many other things, relations we have, like me and Kimo, I want to remember him and acknowledge him, and some of our colleagues who might have died. So it's just we will end on a positive note. But before that, I want to go to Jan as well as Atong. Bosco, my friend, welcome. You've come a bit late, but it's better late than never. We're concluding. We're trying to find out how can we turn this country. We said economics hinges on politics, and the two are like they're called semen twins or congenital twins, because if you can't get the politics right, the economy will not be right. So both really, and if you get the economy right, you could get the politics right. So to what extent can we, the other half, which is the politics, how can that be fixed? And to what extent can this aid us to get the economic prosperity that is South Sudan and the strength that is us and the potential that is the Southern Sudanese people and their land and their struggle meant something. It cannot just go in a waste. So over to you, Dr. James, 2 minutes, then to Kimo, then anybody else. Jan, if you want to come in, Bosco, Kush and James and I will come in later either as well. And then we will end on a positive note where each and every one of us chooses one person to just celebrate them for 30 seconds, or anybody who's no longer here or has gone already. So over to you, James.
Thank you,
Ambassador.
Nyieer.
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, I think that this has been a very enriching discussion. And in my view, I would rather pick politics, because politics is what is bullying everything in our country now. So for us to get out of this bully, that is really in subordinating the economy, we need to get out of this thing called transitional period, which has been brought by this peace agreement. So to get out of it, we need to pressure these parties to go to election by all means, meaning they need to get back to the people so that people can have their say. Now, if they fail to do so, something need to be worked out. We need to tell them there's nothing called indefinite extension of your stay in office. So if they fail to conduct election in December, as it has been agreed, then we don't need a revitalized government of national unity anymore. There has to be a caretaking government that will have only one mandate, and that is election. And then we go to election and see what happens. This is how we can tame the bully. because the bully now scare people about, if you do not keep us in the office, we will go back to war. Is there anything worse than this economic situation? Even war is better than it. It's the toughest of all. So what scare do we have anymore? So we have to be very bold enough. You miss December to go for election. Please, we don't need that bullying government that is messing up our economy with this allocating to themselves cargoes of oil, pre-selling this oil even up to the time we don't know, and doing all the things that are not helpful to the people of South Sudan and not helpful to the country, even to the region. So we need to say, you have overcome your welcome in the office. By December comes next year, you fail to conduct the election because it is your last mandate. Please get out of the way. Let's have a caretaking government that will organize election in 6 months. And then we see what the people will say. And then we move on. And from that time, I think the respect to the people of South Sudan will come back again, because that has been lost by the situation we are in. This is what I can say as part of moving toward the solution, so that we get off from this political bully that has messed up the rest of the sectors of our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then end with choose someone in the room to, or somebody who was here earlier to appreciate.
I came when Kimo has already talked, but it's somebody we have been together. I know his capabilities and I like him, but I got impressed with Dominic. The way Dominic was talking with fact and how he has really evaluated the current government, particularly in the oil sector. I was so impressed with Dominic. So I would like him to keep up the same spirit, be very truthful, clear your conscience. After all, there is nothing more than a conscience of a human being. So I would like to appreciate him for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll make sure he hears that. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Ayan, do you want to come in before Dr. Ida, and then we go to Dr. Kimo? And if you're able to talk, if not, let us know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I was in a noisy place and I just moved aside for privacy.
It's okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I think I'm one of the least qualified people to talk about economics, but I just like to say that I've been listening and I really appreciate the contributions that have been made by important people in the society. And we need to continue such discourses. We just finished a civil society conference a couple of days ago, where political actors and civic actors came together and discussed important issues in the nation. They discussed transitional processes, including security arrangements and elections, also the constitution-making process and the transitional justice process. And in the resolution, one of the important things that were discussed definitely was the economic situation that the people of South Sudan are suffering, and the economic situation needs to be addressed. So this is a burning issue, and we need to continue such discourses.
Sorry, go ahead, Ayan. We lost you there. Ayan, are you there? Network in Juba. Yeah. Welcome, Mr. Elijah. Look, we're about to conclude. Also, Don Bosco, Malish, welcome as well. So I think we'll go over to Ida. Ida, just say something positive about.
Yeah, I think you can go to Bosco a bit. I'm saying something a bit.
Oh, okay, Elijah, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Ida.
Okay, I'd like to say thank you to all the speakers. the things I remember that I really liked was the bit about road building. I liked the container gardening. I'd have liked to have found out how easy water was in Sudan. Like, is it very hard? A lot of Africa, you know, water sources that people are always going to collect. So I'd have liked to hear a bit more about that. I thank the ambassador for the, I was amazed that he could tell us some of the things he told us. I thank all the people who spoke out, telling us the different bits of corruption and how they were going on. It's been an interesting session for me. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ida. We're always happy to have you. And
Thank you.
I think I have your number, so we'll be in touch
Yes,
because
okay.
we'll send the stuff on Cuba to you. And also with regards to water, I think Dr. Kimo can probably tell you about the water situation in South Sudan. Okay, Kush, do you want to? iPhone, I think you, unless you want to speak, we thank you for appreciating everybody, but you're more than welcome to speak.
I'm okay. I'm okay now. I can speak.
Oh, Elijah, yeah. Okay, Elijah, you're welcome, sir. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead. Also, iPhone, if you want to speak, you're welcome. Go ahead, Elijah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Elijah Luke. I'm also the members of TCA, which is also members of the civil society group. I am very much interested on the issue of the economy in our country recently. So I don't have a general record regarding the issue of the economy in the country. And I would like to ask some questions with economists. So what exactly could be the problem for the economy of the country? And how long will it take for the country to recover this situation of the economy in the country? So that is the question that I would like to ask. And then regarding my view, I want to add my view based on the assessment and what I was seeing in the ground. The country will not be the same again unless there is new strategy development that has come and to take over the country in the stage we are in before. But in this situation, I can see it is very difficult for South Sudanese come together. So as you can see now, people are going for are calling for the election. But if you look at now, the environment in the country does not allow the country to move forward for the election. So I am not 100% what exactly the SPLM political party are thinking about the situation of the country and the suffer of our people. I can also see there is ongoing violence across the country. Violence it will resolve badly and will not be like the way for 2013 crisis before. So in that scenario, it is actually very tough situation that I have seen in a unity state, in a Fanal, and also in Barakazal, and also in the Equatorial region. So I don't know what could be our clear message to the people of South Sudan regarding to this situation, and what do the people can keep their attention on how to address the issue, because Kir and the Toriak, they don't want to address the political issue in the country. So I don't know, is there anybody who have a clue, information based on what Kir is thinking and what Riek want, none but other political party. So for us to move forward as a people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elijah. We're actually concluding, so we may have to skip some of your questions, but definitely join us in the next session next week, and that question could probably be answered better because we're just concluding now. We were asking, obviously, to what extent, what is the problem, and if that problem could be solved. You've addressed some of those issues, but we don't want to drag it. We're just finishing in 5 minutes. But if Dr. Kimo may come in as he'll speak shortly. I want to appreciate myself. I think the discussion was wonderful. We will have some more economic discussions. For instance, we want to look at economic security and how to prioritize citizens and national interests in an economic sense. We will also look at ideal economics and how to develop and to address poverty and social issues, but primarily agriculture is one of the biggest issues, how agriculture as a source of employment and economic generation, how best that could be tackled. But as many have said, a lot of this hinges on politics. So whether we want it or not, the politics will still come in. I wanted to appreciate Kimo. When I was a teenager, my parents said I was getting too westernized in the West. So I was sent over to Africa. And among my brothers who supported me and kept an eye on me was Kimo. He was such a source of inspiration, encouragement. And we've continued to be friends, although we never met for some time. I think I met you when you came to Britain to do your master's. Kwadi helped us meet to get together. And then recently we lost contact again because I went to Juba to South Sudan in 2008. We initially, I was just going to mind my own business and do business, but then I was almost dragged into politics when my late father passed. But it didn't happen, thank God, because the brand of politics we practice, I find hard to keep my mouth shut, and maybe the time will come at some stage. Because to me, that you can't hide issues that affect everybody, and it's very difficult to keep quiet in such situations. Not that we all have answers, but we must create alliances and consent and a critical sense of thinking to change things. So I wanted to appreciate you, Dr. Kimo. Many more years are ahead of us, and hopefully we'll interact and continue to interact. And thank you for joining us today. Kush and James, if you guys want to quickly have your concluding words, and then we'll go over to Dr. Kimo to finish. James?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, James. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in a noisy place. I just wanted to express my appreciation for the people who have joined today, even though I missed most of it. But what I would just like to say is that, when there is a will, there is always a way. Brother Nyieer and those who have talked or participated in the People's Charter. You guys know that I have visited Rwanda many times, and one of the inspirational things that I have heard from my irrigation engineers is that, when the genocide happened, the president of Rwanda did not even have $1,000 to come to the United States. And look at them now, right? So I am always optimistic that South Sudan will come out of this. Look at the caliber of people that we have around the world, and that will always give me hope. And with that, I thank everybody who have joined today. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, James. Yeah, go ahead, Kush.
Yeah, we just wanted to express thanks again to all the participants, and I would just wanted to really for us to as a Southern, we do need to look at the country that we strive to be, and the country that we do not to be like those people, like these countries. And if you have been watching news lately, you have been seeing what has been happening in Cuba, in Haiti. And Haiti was a country that been the first Black nation on earth, the first republic, been founded in 1884 after they uprooted the imperialism French from their, the slave rose and got their independence from the French. And with all the conspiracy that's been happening to keep them down, but they make the things worse by themselves by not having decent politicians and running their country in a better way that to be able to elevate the life of their people. So Haiti one time used to be one of the most productive and the most from all the French colonies is one of the most productive and very rich in all kind of resources. And now it's just reduced to be as a shamble. When you look at the country that have independent over 220 years, and the level of the life of their people, you know, it's really is it's mind-boggling. And for us South Sudanese who keep thinking that, oh, we are still a new nation, things will get better by itself, it will not. If you don't get put decent politicians, decent systems, decent work ethics, decent, you plan for generations, we will be turning to another Haiti. And it's really for us to really look, we do not want it to be turning to this country. And we want it to be competing in terms of agriculture, we want it to be competing with US and the Netherlands. In terms of this, we want to be competing with these people. In terms of this sector, we wanted to see who the number one, who are the top 5, and we wanted to be in that list in every single sector. And this is the way that the Emiratis, the Gulf countries, they just look at it. Hey, what is the tallest building? Oh, the tallest building is this. Okay, build something taller than this with no any means. That's it. What are the biggest fountain, the tallest fountain, the biggest mall, the biggest this? And they're just beating those numbers. And they're being successful because of that sense of competition and wanted to be better and even beating the whites in their own games. So this is kind of the inspiration that as a country for us to be able to move forward. We do not want to be with the Kenyan and the Ugandan. No, we want to be competing with the best of the best. And this kind of the mentality that, you know, for us to be as a country, we do need to have this, the fierce competition to be the best in everything. And starting with getting our political rights, getting our economy rights, and elevate the life of our peoples. And I'm optimistic that we do have the capability to do that if we put our affair in order. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Kush. Thank you for that positive contribution. Brother Bosco, and then we go over to Dr. Kimo and we'll finish for today. Go ahead, Brother Bosco. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I came in late, but better late than never. Any economy fears instability. Any economy fears war. And in our case, that's the most troubling thing. And I think for us to fix our economy, we need to fix our politics. And in this case, we need to fix our governance right. If governance is okay, all resources that are realized will be directed to the intended purposes and will be used very well. And that is when we can see the roads we desire, the schools we want, the health sector that we want to improve can only get better if we fix the governance. That's the only thing I wanted to add, or just to complement what is there, whatever was said. And I want to take the opportunity to say thank you to Dr. James O'Cook, Ambassador. I suspect he should be an ex-seminarian, and I'm sure if he remained to become a priest, he was going to be a good priest. Please keep on speaking truth to power as you have been doing. Thank you.
That's wonderful. I also want to recognize you, Don, because you're always very committed to the country, but you also love each and everybody and recognize their strength and always encourage them to do better and for all of us to join hands and the positivity you have about the country as well. So we want to thank you for that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. Over to you, Dr. Kimo, for the last word. And Mr. Elijah, we want to thank you. Please don't feel bad. It's just that you came at a bad time, but some of your issues, Dr. Kimo will address those as an economist.
No problem. It's okay. I'm comfortable. It's okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Kimo. Thank you very much, Mr. Elijah. Do share your contact with us for the next event, because we have another one next Saturday.
Okay, Justin. Yeah. I just wanted to start with what Ida suggested, that posting this conversation on YouTube, and I can just relate some of my presentations that used to be on Clubhouse, and I was asked to reflect on the economic situation and what could be done. And suddenly, I hear that the government was picking some of the recommendations, and I hear that in one of the statements made by the minister, the cabinet affairs minister. And some people came back to me, oh, why are you helping these people? I told them, no, I'm helping my people. I'm not helping the government. But as long as they can listen, I have no problem with that, because that's my job as an economist. I'm not into politics, in the sense that we analyze the situation, we create scenarios, and we tell you these are the options, and this is the cost. If you take this, this will happen. If you don't take this, and so that's the job of an economist. We don't tell them take this, because we don't want to get the blame. So to me, if they can also make use of this kind of conversation, let it be. I have no issue, but to me, that is an administrative decision you guys will have to discuss and decide.
I can actually, if I can just help, and you and I do, we do have a YouTube page. It's just we're waiting for some of the historicals, because we've been doing this for 2 years. So we wanted to put those ones on first, and then we'll update the new ones. But we may have to do the reverse and get it done. So thank you both for the suggestion. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to help our brother Elijah, the main features of economic instability in South Sudan, I just categorize them in three. There is hyperinflation. Sometimes they call it galloping inflation. This is where you ask a price at night, and when you come back in the morning, you find a different price. This is what we call hyperinflation. Then devaluation of the currency, and in terms of the purchasing power, if you go back to 20, I think 13, around that time, the dollar was equivalent to almost three pounds. Today, and unfortunately, we are projecting it to reach 20,000, something like that, which is not good. Okay. And then the budget deficit. To some extent, it is tackled in one way, because normally when you plan a budget, sometimes you may deliberately have a deficit because you have some priority spending or expenditure. But at the same time, for prudency, you need to find ways of how to finance that deficit. And unfortunately, our government has lost its credibility from 2012 when the oil was shut down. And this brings me back, like what they say, sometimes history repeats itself. Right now, South Sudan is almost in the same situation, which happened in 2012, January, when we decided to shut down the oil because of the dispute with Sudan. We had no money for almost 9 months until we reached an agreement in September 2012. But the difference here, the two conditions that are affecting oil production or oil sale are almost out of hand, of the government of South Sudan and of the government of Sudan, because the pipelines are passing through some of the areas that are controlled by the counter forces, and also there are issues happening along the Red Sea. As some of us said, this is a blessing in disguise, right? It could be an opportunity for us to forget about anything called oil money, and we focus on how to manage the non-oil revenues. We make sure that whatever is collected is given to the government, but also what is required. And this is the fact. If you look at the financial bill, which defines how much is to be taxed and all this, our tax is very moderate. It's not like what is here in the West, right? It ranges between 10% and 20% as the business profit tax. This is very moderate, right? But nonetheless, it's not being collected. It's not being managed. A lot of tax evasion. So if this is controlled, like no more tax evasion, and at the same time, we abolish anything called tax exemption. And I remember this is one of the areas I wanted to write a paper about. What in economics we call it tax expenditure, not tax exemption. But the broader name is tax exemption. The whole idea is that when you have somebody who is going to offer you something, a service or anything, okay? So as if you are buying that service. So instead of you paying, you exempt them from paying taxes and they render services to you. But if you look at the situation in South Sudan, those who are getting tax exemptions are not benefiting us, are not benefiting the economy. It's just for their own individual benefits. So it needs courage. And I remember Kosip Manibi took it upon himself to declare austerity measures in 2012. And he was called names. I remember the measure was called Kostriki measure, something like that. Austerity measures just after him, right? So this needs needs courage, and again needs support from the assembly, needs support from the presidency. We can decide on a lean government. As many of us have been saying, we miss so many opportunities, frankly speaking. I remember in 2003, even before the signing of the CPA, we contemplated that South Sudan is going to be independent, right? And I remember with late Professor Paul Wani at the University of Juba, at the University of Khartoum by that time, we established a kind of a database of South Sudanese. And our idea, even when the peace was signed, we told the SPLM now that the CPA is six years, right? Let us agree to divide it into 2 periods. The first 3 years, we allow technocrats to establish institutions, to formulate policies and regulations, and you send your people for training, and those who are leaders, let them go and prepare for elections, because the elections were supposed to be around 2015. But unfortunately, nobody listened. Even 2018, when the peace agreement was signed, because we knew the tensions between these 2 rivalry persons, Dr. Riak and then President Salva. That's why we suggested, okay, in this case, why don't we give a room for our technocrats to be in charge of the institution, to strengthen them and formulate policies. And you guys prepare for elections. It's still they turn it down. But now this is becoming a reality, because even the talk about elections, although the situation is not conducive, some people say it's because we are fed up with this extension. We cannot go on extending. Although the situation is not ideal for this election. And this is what I posted after James Oku posted something. I told him, whether you do extension, whether you do election, the main challenge is the money. Who is going to pay the bill for this any of the two options? But I believe there is need, because there is an ongoing conversation that this is what the IGAD and other international institutions told them, that you reach a consensus among yourselves. What do you want to do? You want to do election? How are you going to do it? But in the end, you will have an issue of funding. But to me, if they fail, they have to exit. There are so many capable South Sudanese, and this is what we have realized, and this is how we convince the development partners, I remember after the first war in 2013, we organized the first function in Juba under the Development Policy Forum. We brought the first ambassador, American ambassador, Susan Page, and many other diplomatic, those in the diplomatic corps. They came and attended this, and they were convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that South Sudan doesn't lack capacity. And this is what Dr. Lual used to say, that South Sudan was born with a golden spoon, because he was comparing the situation of human resources in South Sudan when we became independent in 2011 and other African countries when they became independent. Some of the countries when they became independent, they hardly had 10 or whatever that number of PhD or even graduates. South Sudan had more than any of this. And my thinking, and this is what we need to learn. If you look at Rwanda, for example, they did not borrow from Uganda, they did not borrow from Kenya, because they realized that these people are still struggling with some of the issues since they're independent. Why would I copy them? And that has been some of the concern of some of us with South Sudan, dealing with this country. They are still struggling. Why would I copy? And this is exactly what I came across when I was in Oslo back in the days. One colleague from the World Bank introduced a concept of look for your friend, don't look for your neighbor. And this is exactly what Paul Kagame did. He went and copied the example of Singapore. All right, with the passage of time, you'll realize that what is happening in Rwanda is exactly what happened in Singapore. Why don't we start thinking outside the box and learn from those examples that are successful, not necessarily who are in our neighborhood? Because those in the neighborhood, they taught us corruption, nothing else, right? Apart from corruption. If you go to our values, if you go to our traditions, some of the things that we are doing today were like taboos, right? They were taboos. You don't do them. If you do them, people will compose songs, and sometimes you have to leave your own area. Okay, but now it is becoming common practice because we have enjoyed our neighbors, unfortunately, and we copied the bad examples. So I would suggest that we continue the conversation. It's not going to do any harm, because what we need, even this is my recommendation for when I participate in other forums, we have critical issues. Even if we want to talk about the grassroots strengthening, you still have issues of social fabric, okay? And in democracies, what is important and what is making the government responding to the people, because they have a strong social fabric. They are united, they can easily force the government. But with the divided communities like this, they cannot do anything. And this is exactly what the government is taking advantage. That's why I encourage those in the forum, people should fight this tribalism, even regionalism, by the way, right? Regionalism, I want us to fight it. Let us put one entity, South Sudan, full stop, right? Regardless of where you are coming from, regardless of your ethnicity. If we don't do that, any government will come and play around. They will take their time, and another one will come. But if we strengthen, and this is the need for creating that critical mass of enlightened people, and this should be partly the job of such fora, right? Just to enlighten people. Okay, we need to enlighten ourselves. We need to create like-minded groups. If you read that, whatever we are talking about, there will come a day we will do it. And I have got my own idea about change. And this is the problem with even our politicians, especially those in the opposition. When they talk about change, they mean taking the chair from Salva, having access to power. And I told them, if I am Salva, I will not accept that. This is not a change. And that's why many people don't support them. People want to see leaders talk about change that benefit future generations. When I'm talking about change, the change doesn't need to benefit me. If I suffered, if I went through difficulties, I want to make sure that my kids, my grandkids will not go through the same. And this is the change we should be focusing on, not only changing government and replacing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Kimo. We really appreciate you, Dictor, for giving us your time, giving us so much knowledge and so much of your experience and advocacy on what needs to be done. And to just conclude the way you've just summarized it, that it's not about us, it's not about living generation, it's about the future. It's not about what is in it for me. But this seems to be the mind, but it's very much against our social fabric and our cultures and our way of life. So I often say we've got to go back to the past to rediscover ourselves in order to go forward. We're stuck somewhere. Somebody stole it away from us. But again, it's not all wasted. There's a lot of wisdom and a lot of, even all our people are good people, but we've got to find what the problem is and find the solution there. So thank you to you and all your fellow speakers and everybody who has joined us today. We're so grateful. We will converge again next week where we'll decide. It'll probably be one of those topics I mentioned earlier. But this particular section of ours in our People's Charter looks not only at economics, but economics and infrastructural development. So we will also be looking at how, and when we talk of infrastructure, it could be development as a whole as well. So it'd be nice if you can come back again and talk about where we are today, what can be done to quickly make us recover, and maybe to change what some have argued as the politics of hunger. Because if we can make sure our people are not hungry with a strong economy, that would probably be a plus in the right direction. We would also like to know in an emergency situation, and probably we'll discuss this next week, if worse comes to worse and the oil is shut, if hopefully it will be a good omen, but at the same time, what measures could be done? Because again, it has proven to be a bit of a curse, but what can be done to maybe accelerate the possibility of another pipeline, but also to do things the right way once we resurface with oil. But thank you all. Dr. Ambassador and Dr. James. Is there a general there? We need another title. If there's a new title, let us know. We'll add it. It's beautiful to have those titles. We're so happy that you joined us today, and hopefully you'll join us again next week. And during this series, because you're an economist, you're a political scientist, or are you an economist? Though the two go together.
It's a political economy. That's where
that's where you are. Oh, so these
I
are all
combine
yours.
almost two, but not pure economy.
But you're the one with the answer. I was once told by my Cholo friend that our uncle Natalio knew a lot of information, but he didn't give anybody the information. He died with it. I don't know if that's true. So we don't want to lose anything. You give it out. Give us the solution.
Yeah. I just have a really quick question that, we've been so far, I know too. So far, we've been having 7 or 8 people that have been nominated or actually took over the economical and infrastructure development, right? The Ministry of in charge of the economy. And it does seem like there is nobody's managed to tackle this job. And I'm just wondering for Dr. Kimo and Dr. James, who really do you think is the man for this job? Could tackle this thing? You don't have to answer it, but I was just wondering myself, the president keep appointing somebody, but at the same time, there is no results. So who is the person, Dr. Kimo or maybe Dr. James?
We need them. We need them in government for sure. We need them.
No, let me jump in. Like, you see, this is my observation. When the budget was passed in July 2023, which is supposed to end next June, they had 3 ministers of finance just in one physical year. Okay, and that's why if you ask me about my opinion, the problem is not the ministers. It's about the context. It's about the environment. Is there any empowerment? Is there any enabling? And I can relate to you the conversation that I had with my former student, the former Minister of Finance, Dr. Bak. Okay? When he was about to be appointed, and I related to him a conversation we had with PLO. We brought him in South Sudan 2012 to talk about corruption. And he related to us his story when he was appointed as the chairman of the anti-corruption in Kenya. And he said, I was very excited and I formulated my policy. I want to do this. I want to arrest the ministers, jail them and all that. And he said, when I presented this, that was the time of Moi Kibaki. He said, Moi Kibaki was laughing. And at the end of this, he told me, what do you call it? Pole, 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 pole. So, and he said, from that time, I realized that the president is not supportive of what I've been saying. And in fact, 6 months he was removed. So this is the warning I gave Dr. Bak. I told him, after your appointment, when you are sworn in, go back to the president. Ask him, say two things to him. One, appreciate the trust that he has in you. But at the same time, ask him, Mr. President, what is my job? What is my mandate? Because you are managing the ministry on behalf of the president. Okay? And to ask you, Kush, the only person who is left to manage the Ministry of Finance is President Salva Kiir.
Is he not managing by proxy? I remember.
But he's not allowing the people to manage.
No. I remember years ago during the SPLA, somebody somebody asked me who's actually managing the foreign docket, who's the Secretary of Foreign Affairs. I said it's Deng. He said no. He asked me another portfolio, and he said no, only Dr. John is managing all of them. These guys are just there. So, yeah, but hence why we often say the problem is bigger. The problem is institutional. The problem is cultural. The problem is societal. The problem is even our take on the nation and what the nation means to us. Because I think the nation may mean different things to all of us. But surely we've got to reach that critical mass and consensus. There's enough for everybody. And surely it's about...
It's about expectations also. We need to learn how to manage expectation. How do you expect somebody in 6 months to deal with chronic problems that have been there since 2005?
But we all seem to think that it's the minister. How is the minister? And he's only there for 5 minutes. It's not the minister.
It's the nature. It's the nature of the government. Don't undermine that. The type of government that we have been having, these are not ideal governments. So that type of government alone is problematic. These transitional governments, and transitional government are never developmental government, by the way. So until we get out of this transition, whoever you bring, even the best brain, will never form in such kind of nature of a government.
But my brother, you often say this. Sorry to interrupt you, and I know what you're saying. But even if we elected them, what change does that bring? It doesn't bring any, because there's no mandate. The parliament doesn't exist. There's no mandate. The citizens don't really have an opinion. Even if we elected them and gave them a 20-point thing that needs to be done, it will not be done according to our wishes. So when you talk of a democratic transition, what will that do really?
No, elected government is totally different from a transitional government.
Yeah, but
if the culture is accountable, it's accountable
how?
To the people.
How?
It's really elected government is accountable to the people, but transitional government is accountable to the leaders who have signed that agreement. That's the difference that we have in South Sudan.
But that is
we have never had. So until you, because in other countries we can see this type of kind of accountability because of this elected government.
But the Bashirs of this world, there's so many African leaders who control the majority vote, will only be, it's just a rubber stamp. It's nothing else. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, but if it is a rubber stamp, it won't be a peaceful government. You get it. This is the difference. Because an elected government that become a rubber stamp, it invites resistance to it to its government. So a lot of rebellion will pop up. A lot of all kind of negativity will invite to themselves, and they won't survive for longer. So this is the consequence if they want to get that route. We know what will come with that route. It's not an easy ride to just take people for a ride and you think you can play with their vote and make yourself a sham government, you won't enjoy that government, believe me. And particularly with South Sudanese are not that timid that you can fool around. History tells us a lot about South Sudanese.
No, we're very democratic. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, that's the way. So either you become a genuine elected government, otherwise you become a sham elected government. The resistance is there for you. History tells us very clear about that.
But in my humble,
so this is a choice.
Yeah, but in my humble opinion, identity politics is what has killed Africa. South Sudan has opened the door to this identity politics. Our issues are not about ideological differences. And you said it earlier, where's the ideology? Even I wanted to ask Dr. Kimo earlier, what kind of economy do we have? Is it a mixed economy? We're not using the normal parameters of these things. So if there's no ideology and there's no political parties of substantial standings that stand for A, B, C, and D, all we have is legacies of deliberation, which we all applaud. We're thankful, but we need the next phase. And the next phase should not be identity-based politics. It should not be politics of personality. It should not be all the stuff that we see today in our politics. So really, how do we shift from this? Yes, we can elect a government, but then the mandate that is given, will that be implemented? And what are those issues really? Up until now, I have not seen a manifesto or heard what Group A, B, C, or D are going to do if we elect them.
Yeah, the history of South Sudan, we used to have actually ideologies.
Yes, we know the history.
Can pick from the independent and whatever. Take those of your dad, for example. The way we're behaving now was not in their time. When you assess and the rest, where did we go wrong? Things started to go wrong with the SPLM actually and the NCP. They are the one who brought this problem of getting and dividing the communities without any ideology, and then they confuse them around, they fight, and then they exploit them so that they can stay in power. So this is a thing that has been created later. It was not. Identity has been, South Sudanese have been with all these identities all along. It's not a new thing for them. But then is the political play which has been deviated from ideological play. They have resorted to using this tribal sentiment so that they stay. So this is where South Sudan lost the track. That can be regenerated, by the way. People can go back and regenerate this by correcting and pushing all this manipulation that has come in with the SPLM and the NCP. These are the two parties actually that have spoiled the communities in South Sudan. NCP was working inside and SPLM was working in the bush. And when they came with the CPA, they just became like twins, and then they were spoiling the communities with all this. So this is something that can be cleared later if people go back to the origin. It's not a very difficult situation.
No, but the more you entrench the democratic practices in our current shape, the harder it'll become. It'll be better to fix the politics now, and even as you spoke earlier, the transition should take place when we know there are maybe 5 or 10 political parties, as opposed to the 80 that we have at the moment, with whom we don't even know who they are and what they stand for. And then for them to convince us, even gain consensus among themselves, so that we know that all of them are concerned about insecurity, all of them are concerned about the economy, all of them are concerned about militarization of politics, all of this.
Yeah, a number of these parties are satellite. Actually, they are not real if you look at them. A number of them are satellite of somebody somewhere, trying to put them.
Is it a Soraya manager or
it's a briefcase parties?
So you can't count these as parties actually, because if they're both say go this way, they go the other way. The other way, then the other way, and that boss is not sitting somewhere. So it's a joke. They are not really real parties. These are satellite. But they are satellite to create confusion. That's why they can never build consensus, such kind of parties. because they are not real to themselves. They are controlled by somebody. They have been created by somebody somewhere.
So then
at least to
perpetuate something, but then it becomes a
Yeah,
societal
exactly.
issue. It becomes a societal issue,
Yeah,
and that needs to be addressed.
so such kind of parties need to disappear from the scene. People need to discourage such kind of party. And if it is discovered that a party is a satellite of another party, then they don't deserve even to exist. Why should you exist as a satellite if you are a party? These are some of the things people.
If they gave basic rights, I mean, if
clear about.
No, I totally agree. If they at least agreed to give us security, to give us law and order, to improve the economy and opportunities, I'm sure we can go all about our business and have parallel systems.
Yeah, but this is it, because the damage has been done. To clear that damage is not an easy ride. People have to work very hard so that the damage is restored. Then now from there you can pick up and you have ideological parties, because parties without ideologies, you wonder what are they.
I often speak of just sorry before we conclude. I often speak of.
Can I just say something?
Go ahead, Victoria.
You see, this reminds me of a conversation that we had on the sideline of the AU in 2017, right? And that time the talk about SPLM unification was very hot. And the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia said, why are you bothering yourself with reunifying the party? What you need to do is establish an ideology-based party and allow everybody to do the same, and then you campaign. Whoever is convinced with your ideology will join you. You don't need to reunify. On what basis?
No, I totally agree.
Exactly.
And this is what
That's how it should be.
That's how it should be. Babangida, the Nigeria had a similar problem with the coup d'etats and the military intervention and the bad politics that forced the military to get in. But in the end, to kill that cycle, Babangida worked with the Nigerians of a similar mindset to create political parties to restore democratization. They went from 20, went all the way down till they got 3 political parties. Now, those 3 political parties are what has saved Nigeria today. They are ideological. The North and South divide has been removed. People all go in. And this is what we need. Hence why we say SOA and all these elements, OPP, are clusters. Yeah, let them become political parties. Even the opposition, I don't know if my brother Kimo has been won over by the opposition, but the opposition have to unite and come as one political party.
They couldn't pay the price.
Yeah.
Well done, my brother. You've not been converted.
Actually, this satellite should be reunited with their main parties. Actually, let them go and join them. And you can find out that we just remaining like 4 parties in South Sudan.
That's what we want. Those 4 now, we will all, if they become ideological and convince us. For instance, the mighty SPLA, we're all members and we want it in its old shape. We don't want what has become of it. If it can be revived, yes. If it cannot, like Kanu, it can go under many manifestations till we find something. But sadly, Kenya today has not recovered from that. There's no political parties in Kenya. These are just vehicles of convenience. Alliances.
Kenya, these are alliances.
We don't want that.
There's no formidable political party in Kenya. These are alliances that break and make up. Every time according to their interest. They just go and coalesce here, and then if they're interested, then that's how they have been moving, and that's why Kenya is not a good model for multi-party democracy so far.
Thank you.
It's not.
Thank you. Yeah. So those are the challenges.
Neither Ethiopia, with its ethnicity, federal ethnicity.
No, it didn't work. Yeah, it didn't work. Some Junubin wanted that. Some Junubin wanted that. It's a terrible model. Yeah, it just failed actually. Again, many of us believe the future for us. For instance, if we think of the Cholo now, historically, as powerful as they are, they've survived the years. And there must be something among the Cholos that Junubin can borrow and learn from and put as part of our overall survival mechanism and ability to manage each other and the diversity. Now, in every community, there are those factors and good things that we can borrow. Unless we do this and create that national fabric is a problem. But at the same time, we've got to find a way where aspirations of every community is carried forward. But the kind of politics, when you look at identity-based politics, what Ethiopia did, is falling apart today because they thought ethnic federalism is the solution. It is not. Yeah, if anything, it divides them. But we want to celebrate the Cholo, but we want to celebrate them as Junubin. We want to celebrate the Moro and celebrate them as Junubin, and give them this space so that we manage diversity well. Now, if the politics can be aligned along the same as Dr. James is saying as well, as early as the Liberal Party had Boddio, had Sanselaus Pasiama, had Benjamin Loki, had Uncle, what's his name? The patron was Abdurrahman Sulli. And they were all Junubin from different walks of life, but they came together. Equally, that was repeated. So really, we've got to go back to the past to reclaim the future. Because if we've done it before, we did manage our diversity. Uncle Joseph Lago comes from a very small community, but was never looked at as a Moro or as a Mahdi. He was just seen as a Junubi who helped the liberation process. Yeah.
Exactly, because ideology cannot be manipulated, but these ethnic identities can be manipulated. So if you base your party on an ethnic identity, the possibility of manipulating that party become higher. But if it is ideological, very difficult to manipulate ideological party.
Absolutely.
Because that belief is very strong. They don't care about whatever they look at that ideology. You can't manipulate them in one way. So this is something people need to get back. Parties need to be encouraged to go to ideological line, really. And if that's happened, they will just align themselves with very minimal number than this proliferation that we see now.
Proliferation that we see. Yeah. Thank you, guys. It was lovely to spend an afternoon with you.
So it's nice, actually. Let's just keep the spirit.
We will try. You guys join us. We need your brains. Join the charter. Let's think of a way forward. It's a non-partisan initiative. We don't belong to any political party. We just think of the South and our people. That this is the central ideology, Dr. Cook. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Yes, thanks a lot, Nyieer.
All right. Thank you so much. It's good to hear your voice, Cook, after so many years.
Yeah, after you escaped from Taban, then.
I had to. There is nothing more valuable than your life.
Exactly.
What wrong did you do him?
Your life. Yeah?
What wrong did you do?
Otherwise, we won't have your voice today if you did not do that.
Exactly. Could have been having my cemetery somewhere or having my grave somewhere.
Sorry, my brother, I didn't hear that. What wrong did you do him?
No, I mean, you see, when we came to Washington in 2018, we had an arrangement, okay? But they went against it, and then they started bullying me, threatening me. I said, okay, you don't. I'm an advisor, and I told him I don't have any obligation with you guys. I'm just a midwife. If nobody's delivering, then I go back to my place.
You don't need. You're not under them.
Yeah. I refuse. Even you might have heard, Okuk, my name has been in the list of Deputy Vice Chancellor until last week.
Yes, because they have not relieved you. Actually, they thought you would come back.
Yeah. No, it was a trick. I knew it was a trick.
They're still after you.
Yeah.
No. Let's wait for change.
Some change of heart. Change of heart. I've been telling James Ali. I told him, you guys are okay, but this is not the right time. Because the moment you get engaged into this, either it's very difficult to remain clean.
Exactly. Very difficult.
Yeah. All right. Okay,
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Yeah. I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you, Ida. Thank you. Thank you, iPhone. Thank you, Kush. Thank you, James. Thank you. All the best.